Chapter 2909. Everyone turned their heads to look. Even the older generation figures and invincible kings had eyes that were like rainbows. They also wanted to know who it was. Amidst the endless, shattered void, a figure slowly appeared. He was tall and big like a fiend god. His eyes were sharp, and he looked disdainfully. "What? It's him!" One of the human race elders trembled and exclaimed. The others were also shocked because they recognized who this person was. Yen Nantian, the peerless genius of the Yen family, the #1 genius of the South Ridge, and the person known as the South Emperor. After all, he was just as famous as Lin Xian and Leaf Daodenier. More importantly, it was rumored that he had received the inheritance of a great emperor. This was extremely shocking to everyone. Was it him? The holy sons and holy daughters of the human race were shocked. Yi Wu Dao and the all-Cade holy sons' eyes shone with a cold light, and their bodies were filled with battle intent. The 10,000 ancient races prodigies also had serious expressions. However, a few of them smiled and even went up to greet him. "Brother Yen, I didn't expect you to be here." In the past, powerful primordial beings had come to the Yen family and had a secret meeting with the Yen family head and Yen Nantian. To a certain extent, the Yen family and the 10,000 ancient races had formed an alliance. Therefore, these primordial prodigies and Yen Nantian had a cooperative relationship. Hearing this, the human race cultivators were stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief. What was going on? These primordial prodigies were greeting Yen Nantian, and their attitudes were so good. This was too unbelievable. After all, not even top geniuses like Leaf Daodenier, Lin Xian, or Dustless had ever received such treatment. Not to mention the younger generation. Even the elders and sect masters didn't receive such treatment. But now, Yen Nantian was receiving such treatment. It was absolutely unbelievable that so many primordial prodigies greeted him. Yes. Yen Nantian nodded slightly and landed to the side, ignoring everyone's surprised gazes. What was going on? Was there some relationship between Yen Nantian and these primordial prodigies? Everyone was discussing, and many elders of the Holy Lands were frowning. Looks like the Yen family is more complicated than we thought. They actually have connections with the 10,000 ancient races. Did they betray the human race? One of the elders had an ugly look on his face. Impossible. Did he not want to live anymore? He dared to betray the human race. These people discussed and speculated. Very soon, they exclaimed in shock because there was a supreme expert descending from the sky. When the newcomers arrived, the faces of the archaic creatures darkened, especially those from the Silver tribe. Within the clan, many experts were trembling with anger. A terrifying murderous aura shot up into the sky, as if it wanted to destroy the entire world. That damned brat, he actually came. The humans were also extremely shocked. He actually dared to come here? Wasn't he afraid of the Silver tribe's revenge? What was there to be afraid of? He wasn't alone this time. Who would be a match for him in a one-on-one fight? Do you think Immortal Palace will be afraid of the Bain clan? He thought about Xiajiao. After the dark turmoil last time, they knew that Immortal Palace had an extremely terrifying super saint, precisely Xiajiao. Someone like that could easily send the great ancestor flying with a slap. Furthermore, he could even catch an imperial armament with his bare hands. With such a person around, who would dare to harm Immortal Palace? Yi Wu Dao, Gu Santong Wu Hua, and the others grinned. "Brother Lin, you're here." That's right, it was Lin Xian and his group. Lin Xian descended from the sky with Immortal Palace's experts and walked out of the gate. He looked around. When he saw the archaic creatures' unfriendly expressions, he snorted coldly. When he felt the Bain clan's murderous aura, he even sneered. The other party wanted to kill him. But how could he not want to kill the 10,000 archaic creatures? He knew that these people wouldn't dare to act recklessly. So what if they did? He wasn't afraid of them. Lin Xian greeted Yi Wu Dao, Gu Santong Wu Hua, and the others with a smile. Then he met up with Morong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu. Qingcheng Qiu Lin Xian walked over. Brat, get over here and die. Frenzied roars rang out. The Baiyin clan was about to go crazy. From the beginning until now, the other party had only glanced at them and ignored them. What was the meaning of this? Ignoring them? They released such a terrifying murderous aura that the entire world trembled. No one dared to ignore them. Whoosh! In an instant, more than 10 archaic creatures descended and surrounded Lin Xian. Terrifying light bloomed from their bodies, and terrifying silver runes lit up the world. It made those martial artists tremble in fear. Sure enough, they attacked. Morong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu's expressions changed. Lin Xian stopped, turned around, and shouted coldly, "If you don't want to die, scram!" Following his angry roar, Li Xuanxian, the chief protector, and the others also rose, their bodies emitting terrifying light. Saint weapons even appeared, and terrifying saint aura swept through the world. Everyone's expression changed. The Baiyin clan's experts also frowned, but they didn't retreat. Using saint weapons? Do you think you're the only ones with saint weapons? They also took out 2 saint weapons. The terrifying aura once again caused the void to crack, and countless cracks appeared. A great battle was about to break out. Suddenly, a few terrifying figures descended. Stop! A monstrous sea of fire spread out as if the god of fire had descended, turning into a fire Qilin that swept across the world. Fire Qilin Cave. The people from Fire Qilin Cave had arrived. Everyone exclaimed. The archaic king of the Baiyin clan was also surprised. Great, if Fire Qilin Cave wanted to help them, they could definitely kill the kid in front of them. But soon their expressions changed. Because after the Fire Qilin Cave's experts arrived, they didn't help the Baiyin clan but stopped the battle. What was so important that they had to make such a big fuss? An elder of Fire Qilin Cave frowned. As soon as those words came out, everyone was shocked and couldn't believe their ears. Heavens, what was the meaning of this? The people from Fire Qilin Cave were here to stop the fight? How was that possible? One had to know that Fire Qilin Cave was an archaic royal family. How powerful and terrifying was that? Moreover, they were enemies with Lin Xian. It was already good enough that they didn't help the Baiyin clan to suppress Lin Xian. But now, the other party actually stopped the battle. Not to mention the humans, even the 10,000 archaic races were stunned. Especially the people from the Baiyin clan, they were all dumbfounded. This brat crippled our 10th generation grandchild. We must capture him and tear him to shreds. We will make his soul kneel in front of our Baiyin clan forever. An archaic king said coldly. Lin Xian sneered. Kneel in front of you. You're courting death. Your grandson was courting death, so I crippled him. If he didn't court death, I wouldn't have bothered to do anything. If you want to make a move on me, go ahead. Whether it's a one-on-one battle or a team battle, I'll take it one by one. Facing the might of the Baiyin clan, Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. Chapter 29:10. The people of the Fire Qilin Cave looked displeased. To be honest, they also wanted to kill Lin Xian and even the entire human race. But they couldn't do it now. If the 2 sides fought here, it would definitely not be a small battle. They might even use sacred weapons. In the end, even the saints might come out. A battle of this level was enough to threaten Sky Flame City. If it affected Sky Flame City, who knew what kind of changes would happen? This time, they were here on the orders of the Qilin Crown Prince to obtain that thing in Sky Flame City. They wouldn't allow Sky Flame City to suffer any losses. Therefore, they wouldn't let the 2 sides fight in this battle. If there were any grudges, they would settle them after entering Sky Flame City. Yes, they definitely couldn't affect the arrival of Sky Flame City. The powerhouse of the Fire Qilin Cave said coldly. As soon as he said this, the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons and Divine Phoenix Ridge also nodded. They also didn't want anything to happen to Sky Flame City at this final juncture. Seeing the 3 ancient royal families come out to stop them, The people of the Silver Clan gritted their teeth in anger. But there was nothing they could do. Although they were uncrowned kings, they were still far inferior to the real 3 royal families. Now that the 3 ancient royal families had joined forces, they could only swallow their anger. "Kid, I'll let you live for a while longer. After entering Skyflame City, I'll teach you a lesson." An ancient king of the Silver Clan snorted coldly. "Let's go." They quickly retreated to the side with their men. You should be glad that someone came out to stop them. Otherwise, you would be a bunch of dead people now. Lin Xian snorted coldly. If the Silver Clan dared to make a move, he guaranteed that they would definitely regret it. The Silver Clan was so angry that they vomited blood. Lin Xian waved his hand and asked Li Xuanxian, the chief guardian, and the others to retreat. They came to an empty place and waited quietly. Sky Flame City was about to open. Powerful figures descended one after another. Sacred grounds, great sects, and ancient races appeared one after another. All the powerful forces had come. Buzz! In the sky, endless auras filled the air. Powerful combat strength suppressed the surroundings, causing the expressions of these geniuses to change again. Who was it this time? These people were terrified. Looking at the other party's aura, they weren't inferior to the top geniuses from before. "It's our unparalleled battle body." The War Race's people cried out in alarm, their faces filled with excitement. That's right, the one who came this time was their War Race's #1 genius. The War Race's #1 genius was extremely terrifying. His body flowed with brilliant colors, making it impossible for others to see his true appearance. However, the aura on his body was enough to suppress the 9 heavens. From the looks of it, he wasn't any weaker than the archaic era's prodigies. So powerful. This person's aura was even stronger than Bai Qianshan's. What? You're saying he's even scarier than the 10th generation grandson? That was only natural. The unparalleled combat body was also a famous existence in ancient times. It was definitely not to be underestimated. Most likely, he was also here for the mysterious heavenly flame. These people were extremely shocked. After the #1 prodigy arrived, his gaze swept across all directions. "Who is Lin Xian? Get your ass out here." Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. They looked at Lin Xian in horror. He was here to look for Lin Xian again. "Last time, I killed your clone, but I didn't expect you to not learn your lesson. This time, your main body is coming to die. If you want to live this time, it won't be so easy. So in front of me, you'd better be obedient. Otherwise, if you anger me, I'll kill you." Lin Xian looked at the other party. He did not stand up. Instead, he said coldly, "You're Lin Xian?" Hearing the other party's threat, the #1 prodigy's aura became even more terrifying. "Come and die." Previously, the other party had killed one of his clones, which made him very angry. Not only was that a slap to his face, but it also greatly reduced his strength. At that time, he was in seclusion. He had reached a critical juncture in his cultivation and could not use it. Furthermore, his clone had been defeated, which greatly reduced his strength. Therefore, until the appearance of Heaven Flame City, he had been in seclusion to recover his strength. Fortunately, he was lucky. Finally, before Heaven Flame City opened, not only did he recover his strength, but he also made further progress and improvement. Therefore, the first thing he did when he came out of seclusion was to kill Lin Xian. "Kid, aren't you very arrogant?" "That's right. Come out and fight with our #1 prodigy. Our #1 prodigy can crush you with one hand. No matter how strong you are, you're not a match for our #1 prodigy." The warriors of the war tribe roared angrily. They really could not hold it in anymore. Was the #1 prodigy that amazing? Wasn't his clone still killed by our great god Lin Xian? That's right, what are you shouting for? Our great god Lin Xian did not make a move because he wanted to let you live a little longer. Can't you even understand this little bit of mercy? Seriously, Lin Xian's followers also sneered. The number one prodigy snorted coldly. Immediately, everyone did not dare to speak. Thousands of auras hung down from his body, directly shattering the void. Hundreds of thousands of miles of land trembled with his footsteps. Lin Xian, come and fight. Today, I will kill you with my own hands. The human warriors felt their scalps go numb. This Lin Xian was really, they did not know what to say. Lin Xian was strong, but he had provoked too many enemies. Previously, it was the Silver Tribe. Now there was the War Tribe. These two tribes were both ancient royal tribes and were very tyrannical. Could Lin Xian really resist so many people? There are many people who want to kill me. Who do you think you are? Obediently line up at the back. Lin Xian waved his hand disdainfully. So what if you're the number one prodigy? You're courting death. The number one prodigy roared and punched out. The sky full of light condensed, forming a shadow that directly fell with this punch. The entire world trembled. The invincible kings screamed in horror. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish now. Lin Xian snorted coldly and also stood up. His body bloomed with light. An array of sword qi rushed into the sky. Stop! Seeing that the two peerless prodigies were about to fight, the experts of the Fire Qilin Cave walked out again. They directly tore the void and swallowed all the energy. Buzz! An old man said in a deep voice. Before Sky Flame City opened, no one was allowed to fight. Otherwise, you will be an enemy of the Fire Qilin Cave. You will also be an enemy of the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Phoenix Ridge. The people of the other two dynasties also stood out. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and did not say a word. The number one prodigy of the War Tribe also withdrew his hand. Since that's the case, I'll personally kill you after Sky Flame City. With that, he turned around and wanted to leave. Wait, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I'll settle it today. Lin Xian said. What? Everyone was stunned. They thought that things would end like this, but they did not expect Lin Xian to make a move at this time. What was going on? Yi Wudao, Gu Shantong, and the others also frowned. Making a move at this time would offend the three ancient royal families. Chapter 2911. Sure enough, the three primordial theocrats frowned. They stared at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. Kid, I said you're not allowed to attack. Are you deaf? Humph. I, Lin Xian, have always been free to do things. The heavens can't control me, and the earth can't control me either. Who do you think you are to control me? Facing the three ancient royal families, Lin Xian still didn't give them face. The surrounding people went crazy and were in an uproar. Was this guy crazy? He actually dared to provoke the three ancient royal families. The three ancient royal family powerhouses' faces completely darkened. They were so angry that they trembled, and the killing intent on their bodies swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Kid, you're courting death. I'm courting death? Then come and bite me. Lin Xian sneered. Didn't you guys say that no one is allowed to attack before Sky Flame City opens? Does this not include yourselves? Don't tell me you guys are slapping your own faces so quickly? You. As soon as these words came out, the three ancient royal families were so angry that they trembled. The surrounding people cried out in alarm. It was over. This Lin Xian was really going to fight with the ancient royal family. Humph. An ancient king of the nest of 10,000 dragons said coldly, We took action to suppress you in order to maintain order. It's not considered breaking the rules. You guys set the rules? You guys maintain order? Lin Xian sneered. Who gave you the right? Do you really think of yourselves as supreme existences? I even said that the rules here need to be set by my immortal palace and that I need to protect them. Lin Xian's voice became colder and colder. I remember that when we signed the Immemorial Treaty of Alliance, it was said that the 10,000 ancient races and the human race should be treated equally. Since when did the 10,000 ancient races want to suppress the human race and set the rules for them? As soon as these words came out, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. The Yi family's patriarch, the Gu family's patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, and the other sect masters' pupils constricted. Cold sweat dripped down their backs. Indeed, Lin Xian was right. When the immemorial Treaty of Alliance was signed, everyone was on equal footing. But in reality, the 10,000 ancient races were too powerful. This was especially true for the three great royal families, who were even more overbearing. This time, Skyfire City was led by the other party. Previously, when the three ancient theocrats had joined forces and explained the rules of this place, they had not resisted. This was because they had subconsciously lowered their heads to the other party and acknowledged the other party's leadership. However, Lin Xian was different. Lin Xian did not fear these 10,000 ancient races at all. Back then, he had even beaten up the sages of the 10,000 ancient races, causing them to cry out miserably. How could he allow them to set the rules? Why should he follow the rules set by the other party? The other elders and experts of the human tribe were also discussing animatedly. It seemed like they had to reflect on their actions. Otherwise, there would be no need for the dark upheaval. In the future, their human race would be reduced to slaves of the 10,000 ancient races. This was not good news, so they had to seriously reflect on it. Let him do it. Right at this moment, a dignified voice resounded from the 9 heavens. Everyone was shocked and raised their heads to look. The eyes of the ancient life forms also flickered. In the next moment, their hearts beat wildly. This was because a dragon head was faintly discernible in the endless sea of clouds above the 9 heavens, emitting a terrifying divine might. The supreme expert of the nest of 10,000 dragons. They were shocked. When the people of the 3 ancient royal families below heard this order, they also retreated one after another. Several ancient monarchs joined forces to form a peerless array formation that enveloped the surroundings. There was nothing they could do about it. Once Lin Xian and the number 1 genius fought, the power and destruction caused would be extremely terrifying. They had to carefully protect themselves with array formations. Otherwise, if they alarmed Skyfire City, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Damn it, this guy actually dared to provoke them like this. They really wanted to kill him. These ancient life forms gritted their teeth. There were also elders who said in a low voice, "Don't be rash." These humans seemed to have reacted. We can't let them reflect on it. Otherwise, if they join forces to resist, it will be much more troublesome for us in the future. Don't worry. We'll let this little guy jump around for a while. With just this kid and a mortal palace, they won't be able to stir up any waves. We have to play the role of leaders and rule makers and let the humans gradually fall into our trap. These ancient powerhouses communicated in low voices. They were using a slow infiltration method. Although it wouldn't be effective in a short period of time, after hundreds or thousands of years, the humans would have to bow their heads to them without even fighting. They wanted to let this relationship penetrate deep into each other's blood and bones. In the sky, countless runes flickered, an ancient primordial aura spread out, and a shocking array formation was formed, enveloping the surroundings. Seeing this scene, everyone frantically retreated and hid in the distance to watch. Nothing was important now. Only the battle between these 2 geniuses was the most important. The number 1 genius snorted coldly. Now they could finally fight. I'll let you know the consequences of provoking me. The number 1 genius was extremely domineering. Lin Xian had no intention of making a move. He sneered. "We can fight, but did I say we'll fight here? Follow me over there." As he spoke, he soared into the sky, turned into a sword light, and tore through the void. The number 1 genius was stunned at first, but his face soon darkened. "Do you think I'm afraid of you? Kid, no matter where you go, you won't be able to escape death." He also stepped in all directions, and a pair of terrifying divine wings grew on his back. He directly turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. The others were also shocked. They could not understand why Lin Xian had to go through so much trouble. Why did he have to go against the 10,000 ancient races every time? The faces of the three ancient royal families were terrifyingly dark. The ancient monarchs were so angry that they were trembling. Damn it, if you don't want to fight here, you should have said so earlier. They had to set up so many ancient arrays. All of these required an enormous amount of precious resources. Lin Xian naturally did not do this casually. He did this for a purpose. He wanted to break the dominance of the 10,000 ancient races. What right did he have to set the rules? What right did he have to have the final say? Did he have to fight here just because he said so? What a joke! He, Lin Xian, was not the other party's slave, so why should he listen to the other party? No matter what the other human race cultivators did, Lin Xian would not be restrained. No one could affect him. He could do whatever he wanted. This was the mentality of the pinnacle of martial arts. Although he was still unable to fully achieve this, he would definitely continue to work hard in this direction. Cultivation was to transcend heaven and earth. Even heaven and earth could not control him, let alone the 10,000 ancient races. Want to control him? Lin Xian snorted coldly in his heart as he flew. He was even more determined in this belief. After flying for about 1,000,000 miles, Lin Xian stopped. All right, let's fight here. Behind him, the #1 genius also walked over. Kid, I have to say, the place you chose for yourself to be buried is really not that good. There are no spirit veins here. Looks like you can only be a lonely ghost after death. Chapter 29:12. The #1 prodigy's aura became sharper and sharper. The divine wings on his back transformed into two peerless divine swords that pierced through the 9 heavens and slashed forward. Boom! Lin Xian brandished the 9 suns god and punched forward. The battle between the two erupted, shaking heaven and earth. A terrifying aura swept through millions of miles of space. The surrounding people originally wanted to follow, but they were suddenly shocked back by a shocking aura. Everyone was terrified. Damn it, don't go forward. The two of them are too powerful. Use the formation to watch from afar. Many elders and experts roared in anger. The people of the war tribe were even more active. They quickly set up the formation because they wanted everyone to see how Lin Xian was killed by their prodigy. Countless formations condensed and were about to be formed. However, they were destroyed in an instant. Damn it, who was it? The powerhouses and elders of the war tribe roared. In the next moment, they were shocked, because above the 9 heavens, a terrifying wave of flame surged over. It turned into fire dragons, fire cheilants, and phoenixes. All kinds of strange flame beasts ran in the sky. It was Sky Flame City. Sky Flame City had changed. It seemed like it was about to open. Seeing this scene, those people no longer set up the formation. Although the battle between Lin Xian and the #1 prodigy was quite amazing. But now, the most important thing was still Sky Flame City. Sure enough, even the 3 primeval theocrats had placed all their attention on Sky Flame City. In the sky, the huge city bloomed with billions of rays of light. On the city walls, there were flame Tao runes that contained the Tao of heaven and earth. What a terrifying flame power! This was the power of the origin of fire. If one could comprehend it, they would definitely obtain great benefits. The city walls alone were so terrifying. The heavenly flames inside would definitely be even more heaven-defying. These people's eyes were red and shining. They swore that they would definitely obtain the heavenly flames inside. At this moment, Yi Wu Dao, the Alcade Sage, Yen Nantian, Fire Qilin Cave, Divine Phoenix Ridge, Nest of 10,000 Dragons, and all the other prodigies were excited. However, they did not act rashly. At this moment, the aura of Sky Flame City was too powerful. Moreover, the door was not open. How were they going to enter? That's right, where was the entrance? That was everyone's question. Because of Sky Flame City. It was simply too huge. Entrenched in the sky, One could not see the end of it. It was impossible to climb over the city wall. He could only walk through the door. But where was the door? They didn't know. They could only wait patiently. Sure enough, they did not have to wait for long before a flaming gate appeared in the sky. That door was incomparably mysterious, formed from flames. The flames were even more terrifying. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that they weren't flames, but formed from Tao patterns. It was a flaming gate formed by the flaming Tao patterns of heaven and earth. It was formed by the Tao sects. These people were shocked. This heaven fire city was too terrifying. No wonder even the great emperor couldn't see through it completely back then. Did it fall from the immortal world? The flame gate in the sky flickered, but in the end it was formed. It was incomparably dreamy, like the gates of the immortal world, bringing with it endless temptation. Charge! In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen figures rushed over. Among them were 2 elders of the human race's 5 elements palace, the 3 invincible kings of the divine flame sect. In addition, there was an elder from the Fire Qilin Cave and 2 geniuses from the Fire Dragon tribe on the 10,000 ancient races side. There were also 2 prodigies from the Redwing race. In an instant, they arrived in front of the flaming gate, wanting to rush in. They had no choice. In such a mysterious place, they had to seize the initiative. Their speed was quite fast, but in the next moment, they screamed miserably. Miserable screams rang out, causing one's scalp to go numb. The bodies of those elders and powerhouses cracked open, directly shattered by the Tao patterns. Blood surged in the sky, and in an instant it was burned clean by the terrifying flames, leaving not a trace behind. What? Were they all killed? Everyone was terrified. It was too terrifying. Those who wanted to move all stopped in their tracks. Even the powerhouses of the 10,000 ancient races had extremely ugly expressions. There was danger. The flaming gate was actually dangerous and incomparably terrifying. That was the power of the Tao patterns, the power of the laws of heaven and earth. It was very difficult for those below the sage realm to resist. Damn it, how could it be like this? Could it be that they could only watch and not enter? Should they use their sacred weapons? Or should they activate their sage realm? The expressions of the sacred grounds and the 10,000 ancient races were incomparably solemn. They all looked at Fire Qilin Cave because they knew that Fire Qilin Cave should know more. However, this time, even the powerhouses and elders of Fire Qilin Cave were dumbfounded. They also didn't know what was going on, because according to their intelligence, this flaming gate shouldn't be dangerous. If there was any danger, it should be the danger in Sky Flame City. But now, they couldn't even enter the gate. No, that's not right. Look, the Queen Mother of the West exclaimed and pointed forward. The others were puzzled. Could it be that something had changed again? They also looked towards the sky. In the next moment, they exclaimed. They didn't die. They discovered that a few figures had walked into the flaming gate and didn't die. What was going on? Could it be that they could block the attack? That's not right. These are all young people. How can they compare to those ancient kings and the elders of the sacred grounds? The surrounding people were all stunned. The eyes of the sect master of the Saber One sacred ground lit up. I understand. There's an age limit. Perhaps only the younger generation can enter. The older generation powerhouses can't enter. As soon as these words were said, everyone was in an uproar. The 10,000 ancient races also understood. Indeed, there were some powerful secret realms and places that had restrictions. For example, there were restrictions on cultivation base or age. It seemed that this flaming gate should also have restrictions. Since they had found a way, they heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't impossible to enter. As long as they could send people in, there would be a chance. Were they sure it was an age limit? Perhaps it was a hypocritical limit. Although the few who entered were elites, they were all peerless mighty figures. They hadn't become invincible kings. And although the ones who were killed were of the older generation, they were also invincible kings. Therefore, they still needed to verify it. On the side of the 10,000 ancient races, the ancient king of the divine Emperor Ridge also frowned and said, "That was easy." An old man from the nest of 10,000 dragons snorted coldly. He had a dragon's head, but he had 8 dragon hands. The pair of wings on his back carried a blood-colored light. At this moment, his 8 arms waved and instantly grabbed an old human martial artist who was only a peerless mighty figure. He instantly threw him in. "No!" The old man screamed crazily. "Damn it!" The people of the moon-worshipping sect also roared angrily because this was one of their people. However, they couldn't stop it. Chapter 29:13. The nest of 10,000 dragons was too powerful and domineering. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the old man. They wanted to see whether or not the old man would be able to enter the palace. Whoosh! The old man from the moon-worshipping sect was instantly killed as soon as he approached the door. Not even a drop of blood was left. He was killed. Damn it, it wasn't a cultivation restriction. It was an age restriction. It seemed that only the younger generation was allowed to enter. The Yi family head's eyes flickered. The Gu family head frowned. He didn't know if Sky Fire City's understanding of the younger generation was the same as theirs. To the human race, those under 500 years old were considered the younger generation. However, if they wanted to find out, they would have to try. The Purple Dawn, Sacred Grounds, Sacred Leader, also frowned. On the other side, the 10,000 ancient races were also thinking of a way, but it wasn't difficult for them. They directly grabbed young martial artists of different ages and threw them in. In the end, they found that those under 500 years old were safe and sound. Those above 500 years old were killed regardless of cultivation. The younger generation? Everyone's eyes flickered as they took a deep breath. It seemed that they could only leave it to the younger generation. "Elder, don't worry. I will definitely get that thing." The eyes of the younger generation of the Fire Qilin cave bloomed with dazzling light. They had unlimited confidence. So what if it was the younger generation? So what if their elders couldn't enter? They could stand alone and suppress the 8 desolates. Not only the Fire Qilin cave, but the divine Phoenix Ridge, the nest of 10,000 dragons, and the other ancient royal families were also excited. They were originally determined to embark on the path of the great emperor and conquer the 8 directions. Now, exploring Sky Fire City wasn't a problem for them. On the other side, the humans were more worried, especially the Yi family head. He looked at Yi Wudao with a solemn expression. "Wudao, are you sure you want to go?" Yi Wudao was the hope of the Yi family. They didn't want Yi Wudao to suffer any losses. Moreover, this time, even the older generation couldn't enter. If the 10,000 ancient races joined forces to deal with Yi Wudao, it would be dangerous. "Don't worry, I can handle it," Yi Wudao said in a deep voice. The other party only sent in young geniuses. There are no older generation experts. We are all young people. I won't be afraid of anyone. Yi Wudao's eyes lit up. He was very confident in himself. In the competition between the younger generation, he was not afraid of others. He said, "Don't worry, family head. I still have a few treasures in my hands. With them, I will definitely be safe and sound." Hearing this, the Yi family head nodded. A few of the grand elders said, "Wudao, come here. I'll give you a few more treasures." "Okay." Leaf Dowdenier smiled helplessly, but in order to reassure the prime elders, he put the treasures away. In addition to Leaf Dowdenier, many of the other holy children and chosen were also preparing to enter. They had also obtained many Dharma treasures and life-saving items from the great sects in the Holy Land. Be careful. The Wavering Light, Sacred Lands, Sacred Leader, looked at the Wavering Light Saint and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, Master." The Alcade Saint shone even more brightly. Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu also received treasures from the Holy Land. Murong Qingqing even received a bottle of Jade Lake, holy water. A single drop could bring bones back to life. This was a true, life-saving method. On the other side, the geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races were also very excited. Without the older generation, they were confident that they could crush the human race with just the younger generation. Haha, when the time comes, the treasures will belong to the 10,000 ancient races. They were very excited. Let's go. These people prepared to move out. This time, the prides of the nest of 10,000 dragons and divine Phoenix Ridge were the first to come out. Many figures stood in the sky, suppressing everything. Their auras made the elders of the human race exclaim. They were so scared that they almost fainted. Heavens, how are they so strong? Yes, although they are all of the younger generation. Their auras are too terrifying. They are even more terrifying than the elders of the older generation. I glanced around and found that there were several people who were even fiercer than Bai Chen Shan. What kind of people are these? Even the patriarch of the Yi family and the others took a deep breath. Be careful, Wu Dao. They clenched their fists but did not stop him. If Leaf Dao Denier wanted to reach the peak of the martial path, he had to fight these people. Leaf Dao Denier, the Alcade sage, Murong Qingqing, Gu Santong, and the others also had solemn expressions. Indeed, the prides of the 10,000 ancient races were too strong. They really didn't know where the bottom line of the 10,000 ancient races was. Every time, more terrifying geniuses appeared. Yan Nantian stood in the void like a heavenly emperor, looking down on all sides. He was expressionless towards these new prides of the 10,000 ancient races. Soon, he took a step forward and came to the front. He stood side by side with the prides of the nest of 10,000 dragons, Fire Qilin Cave, and Divine Emperor Ridge. These people looked at him and frowned slightly but did not say anything, because they knew that he had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor and was extremely powerful. He was the successor of a great emperor and was qualified to stand with them. More importantly, he had a special relationship with the Yen family. Let's go. A peerless genius of the Fire Qilin Cave shouted coldly. He took a step forward and turned into a Fire Qilin, directly entering the Fire Dao Gate. At the same time, the prides of the nest of 10,000 dragons from Divine Emperor Ridge also entered Yan Nantian. Similarly, they entered together. Endless runes flickered on his body, turning into a chariot that carried him and flew into the distance. After them, the prides of the 10,000 ancient races also made their move. On the human side, Yi Wu Dao, Gu Santong, Yao Guang Sage, Murong Qingqing, and the others looked at each other and also walked forward together. Among them, Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu turned their heads to look into the distance as they flew. Big Brother Xian hasn't arrived yet? Don't worry, when the palace master arrives, we will let him go immediately. Li Xuanxian and the others said loudly. At the same time, there was a trace of anxiety in their eyes. In the distance, 1,000,000 miles away, a shocking battle was still erupting. Qiu! Believe in Big Brother Xian. With Big Brother Xian's strength, no one can threaten him. Murong Qingqing said. Shen Jingqiu nodded, and the two of them entered the Fire Dao Gate hand in hand. Soon, many young figures entered. Only the older generation experts and the elders were left. Their eyes flickered as they looked at the Fire Dao Gate, because no one knew what was inside and what kind of dangers were lurking inside. Fortunately, they had given these young disciples enough treasures and trump cards this time. Thinking about it, he should be able to return safely and obtain the treasure. Scram! Suddenly, a crazy roar was heard. It turned into thunder and spread in all directions. As soon as this voice sounded, the surrounding people all turned their heads, and the elders of the war tribe also changed their expressions. Chapter 29:14. Not good. The reason for that was because they were able to tell that the furious roar came from their war clan's #1 prodigy. Damn it! Could it be that something happened to their #1 prodigy? With a sway of their bodies, these elders wanted to rush over. On Immortal Palace's side, Li Xuanxian also brought people and moved quickly. From the looks of it, the battle in the distance should have ended. In an instant, the people from the war race and immortal palace arrived 1,000,000 miles away. Son of War, are you all right? The people from the war race were extremely anxious. On the other side, the Protector and the others also came to Lin Xian's side. Palace Master, are you injured? Lin Xian shook his head and looked forward with a cold smile. Why? Do you want to continue fighting? Kid, I won't let you off. The number 1 prodigy gritted his teeth and his expression was abnormally cold. This made the people from the war race even more shocked. What was going on? Could it be that their number 1 prodigy was injured? But after looking around, they didn't say anything. They didn't see any injuries on the other party's body, and there was no blood. Then what was going on? They asked one after another. However, the number 1 prodigy's face darkened. He didn't explain in detail, but no matter how they looked at it, he seemed to have suffered a great loss. Palace Master, the Flame Dao Gate has been opened, and there is an age restriction. Only those below 500 years old can enter. The Protector quickly said in a low voice. Lin Xian raised his brows when he heard this. Only the younger generation can enter? That's great. He turned to look at the Flame Dao Gate in the distance and said, Let Peacock and the others follow me in. Elderly, Protector, you guys wait outside. Next, Lin Xian brought Hu Dao, Peacock, Gilly, and a few other young disciples of Immortal Palace. They quickly flew towards the Flame Dao Gate. On the other side, the elders of the war race also said, Son of War, don't fight with this kid for now. Let's enter the Flame Dao Gate first. That's right. That gate had been open for a period of time, and they didn't know when it would end. It would be bad if they couldn't enter. After the number 1 prodigy of the war race heard this, he nodded. His eyes shone with a biting cold light. After entering, I'll kill this kid with my own hands. Let's go. He waved his hand and led the young prodigies of the war race towards the Flame Dao Gate. Whoosh, Lin Xian, and the battle race's number 1 prodigy entered the Fire Dao Gate one after the other. The young geniuses of the various factions who had come to this place all led their people in. The remaining people were mostly experts of the older generation. Of course, there were also some young disciples. After all, no one knew what dangers lay within the Flame Dao Gate. These sacred lands and the 10,000 Archean races wouldn't let all their young disciples in. They wanted to keep some. Buzz, Lin Xian, and the others appeared and unleashed their king's domains, causing their bodies to shine with light. Lin Xian activated his 9-yang divine body and looked around. What is this? They cried out in surprise. Peacock and the rest behind him were shocked. Even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Their surroundings were fiery red, and the ground beneath their feet was fiery red. It was paved with huge stones, and there were red flames dancing on it. The road was very wide, and one couldn't see the end of it. On both sides of the road, there were rows of buildings, palaces, pavilions, and shops. They were all built with red boulders. There were flames rolling on the walls. What was even more shocking was the height of these palaces and pavilions. They were very tall, more than 10 times taller than the most magnificent cities of the human race outside. Standing here, they were as small as ants. What a terrifying aura! Hui Dao exclaimed. The surrounding buildings emitted a heavy aura, causing their bodies to tense up. They had to exert a certain amount of strength to withstand it. If a weak person entered this place, they would probably lose their strength after taking a few steps. However, this kind of pressure was almost negligible to Lin Xian. His 9-yang divine body could automatically cancel it out. However, it still shocked him. Was this the interior of Skyfire City? It was too spectacular, too majestic. No wonder Skyfire City was said to be a city that fell from the celestial world. It seemed that it was true. Where were the others? He looked around, and there were golden runes in his eyes. However, after looking around, there was no one else nearby. Moreover, he noticed that his eye techniques and soul were being suppressed here as well. It wasn't that his strength was suppressed, but the distance was suppressed. He couldn't see the end of it at a glance. There was a force stopping him. He tried it, and the power of the heavenly secret divine, I was still there. Therefore, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Even if he couldn't detect too far away, he wasn't worried. He could slowly search for it anyway. From the outside, Skyfire City was very big. Moreover, it was so strange. Who knew how big the space inside was? It might even become a small world of its own. Therefore, let's try not to split up for the time being. Lin Xian said to Hu Yidao, Peacock, Ghostly, and the others behind him. The three of them expressed their understanding and warned the disciples behind them to hurry up and follow. Lin Xian strode forward, and the group quickly followed. After walking for an unknown period of time, everyone was extremely anxious. Just when they thought that they had entered an incomparably vast world, figures finally appeared in front of them, and there were more and more of them. Great, they finally saw people. Peacock and the others heaved a sigh of relief. If they kept walking like this, they would have thought that they had entered an array formation illusion. How could the road be so long? From the looks of it, Skyfire City was very vast, and they weren't trapped by an array formation. Lin Xian's gaze was calm. The Crimson Dragon had been by his side the whole time. If there really was an exceptional array formation, the Crimson Dragon would have warned him immediately. Now that he saw people, he heaved a sigh of relief. In the next moment, he frowned. It was the people of the 10,000 Archean races. In front, the people of the 10,000 Archean races also noticed the commotion behind them. Buzz! Many gazes pierced through the void. Damn it, it's this kid! They screamed. They also noticed Lin Xian. While they were screaming, Lin Xian had already led his people to the vicinity. In front of them were the three royal races, the Blood Moon race, the Blue Ghoul race, and the Yiksha race. The sky prides of the three royal races had somehow gathered together. At this moment, they were looking at Lin Xian with unusually gloomy expressions. Humph! The sky prides of the Yiksha race sneered. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so unlucky to have injured us. Why? You want to fight? Lin Xian looked at them and snorted in disdain. He stood with his hands behind his back, completely disregarding these people. They really didn't know what was good for them. The sky prides of the Blue Ghoul races face darkened. I admit that you are indeed very strong. We are not your match in a one-on-one fight. But what if the three of us join forces? Do you think you can fight against us? Kid, your good luck has come to an end. I will take revenge for all the previous grudges. The prodigy of the Blood Moon race also gritted his teeth. Many sky prides of their race had been killed by Lin Xian. Today, he would definitely take revenge for their people. He wanted to tear this kid in front of him into pieces. Chapter 29:15. Three sides joining forces? You think too highly of yourselves. Lin Xian snorted coldly. If the three immemorial theocrats had joined forces, perhaps he would have backed out. But you trifling three royal families want to intimidate me? What a joke! Hurry up and tell me what you're plotting. What did you discover? Tell me everything. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian had never had a good impression of the 10,000 Archean races. Let's not talk nonsense with him. Let's attack together. A sky pride from the Yiksha race walked out. He was tall and had green hair that looked like a green viper dancing in the air. The triangular halberd in his hand emitted a cold light. On the other side, a person from the Blood Moon race also walked out. His body was emitting a dazzling bloody light. There was a bloody crescent moon between his eyebrows that was formed by the power of his bloodline. It was extremely rich and condensed. A woman from the Blue Ghoul race walked out. She had a voluptuous figure, but her face was unflattering. She had a green face and fangs. She looked extremely ferocious, as if she was a devil that had crawled out of hell. These were three top sky prides. Although they were not as strong as by Qian Shan individually, when the three of them walked together and joined forces, their strength still surpassed by Qian Shan. That was why the three of them were so confident. Behind them The three immemorial theocrats from the three immemorial theocrats sneered. Kid, this time you can die in peace. You won't die in vain in Skyfire City. This place is magical enough to bury you. Temple Master, Peacock, Hui Dao, and the others were a little worried. They wanted to help together. The Crimson Dragon waved his hand. Don't worry, it's nothing. Even if the three of them joined forces, they wouldn't be Lin Xian's match. The Crimson Dragon was very relieved. He knew Lin Xian's strength the best. Attack! The Sky Pride from the Blood Moon race roared and took the lead. Behind him, a blood-red moon quickly appeared. It kept swaying and turned into 9 blood-red moons. They formed a row in the sky and suppressed the area. A terrifying aura spread out. Retreat! Peacock, Hui Dao, and the other immemorial theocrats retreated quickly. On the other side, the 3 ancient royal races also retreated, pulling apart the distance between them. All of a sudden, only Lin Xian and the 3 Archean prodigies were left on the battlefield. A terrifying crack appeared in the void, but the ground and the surrounding buildings were not affected in the slightest. It didn't even sway. This was too inconceivable. Even the dark red divine dragon was astonished. What a strange city. With the strength of Lin Xian and the others, it was enough to destroy the world. Just this aura alone was enough to split the city apart. But now, the surrounding buildings were completely unharmed. It was truly unbelievable. Seeing this, the Sky Pride of the Blood Moon clan laughed. It seems that this place is enough for us to go all out. There was no need to have any backup plans, and there was no need to worry about this place collapsing. That was indeed the case. The female from the Blue Ghoul race sneered. She wore jewelry on her hands, neck, legs, and even her ears. It was a piece of jewelry made of bronze. The design was strange and simple, but if one looked closely, they would discover that there were ghost faces drawn on it, and each ghost face was different. However, without exception, they were all terrifying. At this moment, she twisted her body, and the jewelry on her body made clanking sounds, creating a strange rhythm that could affect one's mind. Not good. Quickly seal your hearing. Peacock and the others exclaimed. They sealed their hearing and activated their king domains. The Crimson Dragon's dragon blood also surged. The 10,000 ancient races behind him were the same. This was because the Blue Ghoul race was very strange and mysterious, and they could kill without leaving a trace. As soon as this sound wave appeared, the space around Lin Xian quickly fluctuated, and a strange rhythm swept toward him. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and thousands of rays of light bloomed from his body. Sword Qi surged out from his body and spun around him. It turned into a sword screen that enveloped him. You want to hurt me with a mere crooked technique? You're overestimating yourself. Is that so? You're the one overestimating yourself. The Sky Pride of the Blood Moon clan shouted coldly, and the 9 blood-colored moons in the sky pressed down. Each of them was like a real moon, and they brought with them a terrifying force that directly shattered the void. The 9 moons connected with each other and formed a mysterious array. This caused the power of the array to skyrocket. Boom! In the face of the Blood Moon clan's great mystique, Lin Xian did not hold back and punched out with the 9 suns' divine fist. The golden fist collided with the moons in the sky. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Terrifying energy and storms swept out in all directions. Quite a number of people were blown away. It was too terrifying. A single attack from the 2 of them had caused such a terrifying commotion. However, the surrounding buildings did not move at all. In fact, they did not even shake. Crack! 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 The 9 blood-colored moons in the sky kept rotating like a millstone that could destroy the world. However, cracks had appeared on their bodies. It was a ghastly sight. Moreover, the cracks were spreading rapidly. Not good. The Sky Pride of the Blood Moon clan changed his expression. Damn it, this guy's strength is too terrifying. He turned his head and said to the 2 of them, "What are you 2 waiting for?" He, The female sky pride of the blue ghoul race laughed. The green bracelet on her wrist shook, and endless green smoke filled the air. She turned into a ghost blade and instantly charged out. She stabbed towards Lin Xian's forehead. The Yiksha sky pride at the side directly slashed down with his triangular halberd. This attack could split open the sky and the earth. They were too powerful, as expected of the top sky prides of the 10,000 ancient races. At this moment, the 3 sky prides had joined forces, and their power was unparalleled. Retreat again. Whether it was the Immortal Palace or the 10,000 ancient races, they all frantically retreated at this moment. The aura in front was too terrifying. If they stayed any longer, they would probably be killed. Do you think I'm afraid of you? In the endless light, Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. He would use the 9 Suns' divine fist and fight against the 3 sky prides. The 4 silhouettes continued to move and change. Terrifying energy and rumbling sounds burst out. Kid, it's useless. You can't fight against us at all. The 3 sky prides shouted coldly, but gradually they started to become anxious. How was that possible? The other party was actually able to fight against them and not be at a disadvantage. It was unbelievable. Damn it. Use your trump card to kill this kid. Blood Moon Illumination. Demonic Demon Sword. Splitting the 9 heavens. The 3 of them used their ultimate skills and attacked Lin Xian from 3 directions. The light on Lin Xian's body was suppressed. He had to admit that the 3 sky prides were indeed very powerful when they joined forces. Haha, kid, go to hell. The 3 sky prides saw hope and attacked even more ruthlessly. Boom! Berserk power burst forth. The terrifying light engulfed Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, the 3 sky prides flew out as if they were struck by lightning. Chapter 29:16. Pum! 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 Everyone spat out blood in the air. Damn it, impossible! The 3 of them had ugly expressions. The other party had actually sent them flying. How was that possible? What did the other party do? Ah! The prodigy of the blue ghoul race screamed. The ghost sword that she had conjured was burned mercilessly, turning into a wisp of smoke and disappearing into the sky. Damn it, the 9-yang sword technique. He had used the 9-yang sword technique. Indeed, the sword chi on Lin Xian's body danced in the air like a flaming divine sword. There was a flaming sword in his hand that was incomparably dazzling. With a swing of the sword, it swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Damn it, this guy's strength is actually so strong. The prodigy of the Blood Moon race wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The other 2 prodigies also had gloomy expressions. It seemed that they had to take out some trump cards. Otherwise, they would really have to let this brat continue to be arrogant. The 3 of them planned to use their trump cards. 1 pound. Lin Xian snorted coldly and prepared to attack. However, at that moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Blood covered his body as he entered the 2nd street. What was going on? What did that mean? Everyone was stunned when they heard the voice. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. The 3 prodigies opposite him were also bewildered. Who was it? Come out if you're pretending to be mysterious. Crazy roars sounded, but no one came out. The cultivators of Immortal Palace and the Archean creatures also looked in all directions. Blood covered his body as he entered the 2nd street. The voice sounded again. It sounded 3 times in a row before disappearing. At that moment, not only Lin Xian sighed, but everyone in Sky Flame City also heard it. However, they were all very puzzled. What did that mean? They understood that blood covered his body, but what did the 2nd street mean? Which street were they on right now? Was it the 1st street? Also, who was the person who spoke? They didn't know any of this. Now, they finally sensed the strangeness of Sky Flame City. The voice probably came from a mysterious existence in Sky Flame City. We'd better follow it. The Fire Spirit Cave was the first to speak. The other 10,000 ancient races followed suit. After a fruitless discussion, The humans decided to follow the other party's instructions. However, they were unwilling to use their own blood. This was especially so when the 10,000 ancient races started attacking the human race in a frenzy. In an instant, an extremely tragic battle broke out. Lin Xian also came back to his senses. Blood all over my body? I'll use your blood to dye my entire body and enter the second street. Courting death. The three geniuses were infuriated too. Originally, they wanted to kill this brat in front of them. Now that there was an order from Skyfire City, they naturally wanted to kill him. All of a sudden, the four of them started fighting again. Behind them, the Crimson Dragon also came to Peacock and the others. This should be some kind of rule. We should do as he says. Follow me to kill those ancient life forms. Use their blood to dye our bodies red. Peacock, Hui Dao, and Gueli led the martial artists of the Immortal Palace and followed the Crimson Dragon forward, courting death. On the other side, the three archaic royal race beings were also charging over. A great battle broke out, and it was extremely tragic. Ah, the prodigy of the Blood Moon race screamed. The 9 moons in the sky were shattered by the sword. His body was also split in half, and his blood dyed the sky red. Lin Xian charged into the sky, allowing the blood to splash on his body. At the same time, he clenched his left fist and punched out. The golden fist turned into 10 golden crows, shining in the sky and enveloping the prodigy of the Blue Ghoul race. No, the prodigy of the Blue Ghoul race screamed crazily. The other party's 9 sons' divine fire was already restraining her, and now he was targeting her with all his strength. This caused her to be heavily injured in an instant. The 30 or so ghostly shadows she summoned were instantly turned into ashes, and the ghostly chi on her body was also ignited. Her aura was greatly reduced, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body split open and once again dyed Lin Xian's body. You're the only one left. Lin Xian turned around and stared at the prodigy of the Yiksha race, courting death. The prodigy of the Yiksha race roared. Instead of retreating, he charged over again. This guy was indeed very powerful. He was very strong, and the weapon in his hand had the power to split the sky and earth. With one strike, he sent a lot of sword chi flying. He quickly charged in front of Lin Xian. Kill! With a furious roar, the killing intent on his body was shocking. His green hair danced nonstop, turning into 100,000 poisonous snakes that quickly coiled around Lin Xian. Scram! Lin Xian waved his hand like a peerless god of war. His eyes were extremely terrifying. His gaze swept across, and countless sword chi danced in the air, piercing through all the poisonous snakes. The two of them exchanged blows, and the sky and earth cracked. It was as if the entire world was about to be destroyed. Millions of rays of terrifying light bloomed from their bodies. At this moment, everyone who was fighting began to tremble. It was too terrifying. How could the Yiksha king be so terrifying? The Yiksha race was violent and ferocious to begin with. The prodigies of their race were very powerful. The Crimson Dragon also muttered softly, but he wasn't worried, because he believed that Lin Xian was enough to deal with everything. As expected, Lin Xian's expression was calm. He knew how to use the 9-yang sword technique to fight back. The two of them exchanged blows. It was as if 2 worlds were colliding. Terrifying light shone in all directions. Every corner of the space was filled with power and kept shattering. This was a destructive disaster. Everyone retreated frantically again. Many archean creatures were affected and exploded into a bloody mist. The others also watched the battle in horror. In the endless light, the two of them were like immortals and demons. They kept exchanging blows. After exchanging more than 30 blows in a row, a sword light suddenly turned into a giant dragon and directly pierced through the body of the Yiksha prodigy. Ah! The Yiksha prodigy screamed crazily. He felt that his power was disappearing. Terrifying flames enveloped him. Damn it! The Yiksha prodigy was very decisive. His body self-destructed and reactivated in the distance. However, Lin Xian didn't hold back. He raised his long sword high in the air and kept shaking it. The flames in all directions quickly condensed towards him. On the tip of his sword, they formed a fire qilin that pounced forward. No. At this moment, the Yiksha prodigy was finally terrified. It was as if he wasn't facing a human, but an expert from the fire qilin cave. This made him scream loudly. In the next moment, he was swallowed by the fire qilin. The light between heaven and earth disappeared. Lin Xian was bathed in blood as if he was a peerless god of war. With a wave of his hand, the bodies of countless Archean creatures below exploded. The blood covered the immortal palace cultivators. No, those prodigies roared crazily, while the others ran away crazily. Run, Demon King. He's a demon. They didn't dare to compete with him anymore. In an instant, the people of the 3 Archean royal families ran away without a trace. Only Lin Xian and the immortal palace cultivators were left. They looked at Lin Xian excitedly. The immortal palace master was mighty. Lin Xian looked in all directions. Blood covered his body. How could he enter the second street? Chapter 29:17. He wasn't the only one. Yi Wudao Wuhua, Gu Santong Morong Qingqing, and Shenjingqiu were all covered in blood. They were also very confused. The prodigies of the 10,000 ancient races were even more so. They were surrounded by countless human corpses. Buzz! Buzz! On the street, the buildings on the left suddenly burst into flames. The flames emitted mysterious runes. They illuminated the world. I know. Let's go in. The prodigies of the fire qilin cave were overjoyed when they saw this scene. They led their people and charged into the burning buildings. Soon, they were engulfed by the merciless flames. Temple Master, what should we do? Hui Dao and the others looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "Follow me." He also charged into the flaming buildings. Behind him, the other immortal palace cultivators also followed. The crimson dragon swung its tail and roared. It tore through the flames and charged in. In the next moment, they were surrounded by flames. However, they didn't feel like they were burning. Instead, it was as if they had passed through a spatial barrier. In an instant, they passed through the flaming eaves buildings and arrived on the street again. It was still a vast street with tall flaming buildings on both sides. It was almost exactly the same as before. However, there were no corpses around. This meant that this wasn't the street from before. Perhaps this was the second street that Yi Wudao had mentioned. Lin Xian wasn't the only one. The others also came to the second street. The Yi family cultivators surrounded Yi Wudao. "Son, what should we do?" They looked at Yi Wudao. Yi Wudao's sacred body shone brightly. He said in a deep voice, "Don't act rashly. Observe first." Morong Qingqing and Shenjingqiu were also with the cultivators of their sacred lands. In the fire qilin cave, a group of powerful primordial creatures walked together. Among them, there were a few that had monstrous flames on their bodies. The fire qilin pattern shone brightly. It was very terrifying. Among them, one was the most dazzling. It was a youth who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. He had delicate features and looked like the boy next door. However, the flames on his body were too terrifying. There was a qilin totem on his neck. He was the 7th generation lord. The surrounding prodigies of the fire qilin cave were very respectful to this youth. The young man's eyes were crimson red, and there was even an illusory image of a qilin. He looked around, and a smile appeared on his face. Interesting, very interesting indeed. Come to think of it, this was not the final destination. How many streets like this were there? According to the ancient emperor's deductions, this place was very mysterious. It shouldn't be like this. So he decided to investigate the surrounding buildings first. Yes, 7th generation lord. The Archean creatures of the fire qilin cave quickly moved out. Divine Phoenix Ridge. Their bodies were also covered in flames. One of the women, who was about 20 years old, looked at the surrounding flames and squinted her beautiful eyes. What a magical flame aura! It is of great use to our Phoenix clan, Lord Ninth Generation. I suspect that the Fire Qilin cave definitely knows other things. It's just that they didn't tell us. Next to him, a tall man spoke in a deep voice. After the beautiful woman heard this, she laughed tenderly. This was natural. Their Fire Qilin cave also cultivated fire cultivation methods. Similar to our Divine Phoenix Ridge, they must have come for the heavenly flames. Naturally, he wouldn't tell us everything. However, no matter what, he could not let them obtain the heavenly flame this time. It has to be our Divine Phoenix Ridge. A bright light bloomed in the beautiful woman's eyes. There was even a phantom of a phoenix on her body that soared into the sky. That was natural. The other geniuses of the Divine Emperor Ridge were also full of confidence. So what if it was the Fire Qilin cave? Their Divine Phoenix Ridge had never been afraid of anyone. Nest of 10,000 dragons. A group of dragon-like creatures were entrenched there, and no one dared to approach. Some of them were directly in the state of a dragon. Some had human dragon heads, or dragon wings. In short, the dragon blood on their bodies overflowed into the sky, making people faint with just a glance. At the front was a young man. He had a handsome face and was wearing a yellow robe. There was no dragon on him at all. Those who didn't know better would think that he was a human youth. However, the surrounding Archean creatures of the nest of 10,000 dragons were very respectful to this young man. That was because this was their young king, Fire Dragon King. This title was incredible because it wasn't a simple compliment. The other party was really an invincible king, a very young, invincible king. Moreover, he had an extremely strong bloodline of the dragon clan. This was definitely a young and extremely terrifying genius. At this moment, the Fire Dragon King's eyes flickered. Beside him, there was a flying dragon circling there. The flying dragon's eyes emitted an incomparably strange light as if it was investigating some kind of situation. Gradually, the strange runes in the flying dragon's eyes disappeared. The Fire Dragon King beside him asked in a deep voice, "How is it?" "My king, it's not very good. There's a 9th generation grandson on the Divine Phoenix Ridge's side. What about the Fire Qilin cave?" Hearing this, the other Archean creatures also asked. The flying dragon's expression was very solemn. The Fire Qilin cave was even more extraordinary this time. A 7th generation grandson had come. What? A 7th generation grandson? As soon as these words were said, the Archean creatures of the nest of 10,000 dragons were also moved. Even the Fire Dragon King frowned, and a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes. Around him, it instantly turned into a world of flames that could devour everything. Damn it, this Fire Qilin cave's ambition was really big. They actually sent out a 7th generation grandson. If someone was here and heard this, they would definitely scream in fear and faint. Because by Qian Shan, this 10th generation grandson was already very terrifying. As soon as he appeared, he swept in all directions, suppressing the humans so much that they almost couldn't raise their heads. And now, a 9th generation grandson had walked out of the Divine Phoenix Ridge. What was even more shocking was that the Fire Qilin cave directly sent a 7th generation grandson. How powerful and terrifying was this? No wonder even a powerful existence like the nest of 10,000 dragons had a solemn expression. So what if he was a 7th generation grandson? Our Fire Dragon King was not afraid of him. At this moment, an Archean creature snorted coldly. The others also agreed. Hope was restored in their eyes as they looked at the young figure in front of them and said excitedly, if this time they didn't send a 7th generation grandson, but a Fire Dragon King came, his strength would be unimaginable. He wouldn't be weaker than the other party's 7th generation grandson. Moreover, The Fire Dragon King was also of the fire lineage and had dragon blood in his body. Perhaps he would obtain a great opportunity in Skyfire City. All of this made the creatures of a nest of 10,000 dragons full of confidence. The young Fire Dragon King even had an evil smile on his face. A 7th-generation grandson? I'm looking forward to fighting him. I hope that when the time comes, he won't disappoint me. My king, do you want to investigate the humans? The flying dragon in the sky asked as it circled in the sky. There's no need. There's nothing to see on the human side. There are only a few top-notch ones. Among them, South Emperor shouldn't dare to make a move against us easily. When the time comes, we might even cooperate. The rest are Yi Wu Dao Wuchen and that Lin Xian. Chapter 29:18. According to his speculation, their strength was about the same, and Lin Xian was able to kill by Qian Shan, so his strength surpassed that of the 10th-generation grandson. However, no matter how strong he was probably only at the level of the 9th-generation grandson. Compared to me, he was far too weak. At this point, his eyes were filled with disdain. After the other ancient creatures heard this, they also sneered. That's right. How could a mere human be compared to our nest of 10,000 dragons? On the fiery red street, Lin Xian stood there with a golden light in his eyes. Soon he sighed in his heart. It seemed that the situation was very similar to the first street. Although his soul was not suppressed, his vision was. He couldn't see the end at a glance. Therefore, if he wanted to know what was ahead, he had to see it for himself. Lin Xian walked forward, and the Crimson Dragon and the others followed. After walking for about 2 hours, another figure appeared in front of them. It's that girl. The Crimson Dragon was surprised, and Lin Xian also smiled. He shouted, "Qiu'er!" In front of them were the people from the Purple Dawn Holy Land. Xin Jingqiu puffed up her cheeks and was about to walk forward or backward. Suddenly, she heard a shout from behind. It was Big Brother Lin Xian's voice. Xin Jingqiu was very happy. She quickly turned around. "Big Brother Lin Xian, it's really you." She threw herself into Lin Xian's arms. Behind them, the people from the Purple Dawn Holy Land also said, respectfully, "Greetings, Hallmaster Lin." Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Then he asked, "Qiu, were you injured in the previous battle?" "How could that be?" "Big Brother Lin Xian, I'm very strong." Xin Jingqiu raised her small face and said, then frowned. However, it was really despicable to let blood stain her body. As a girl, she naturally liked to be beautiful and clean. She was unwilling to do such a thing. However, in order to enter the second street, she gritted her teeth. "Let's go and take a look." Lin Xian held Xin Jingqiu's hand and walked into the distance. The people from the Purple Dawn Holy Land also heaved a sigh of relief. That was great. With Lin Xian here, they would be even safer. Behind him, the cultivators from the 2 holy lands followed. "Where's Little White? Let him come out and play with me. I brought a lot of spirit fruits." Shen Jingqiu took out a few spirit fruits from her storage ring. As soon as the fragrance came out, the little white monkey came out of the black earth and jumped into Shen Jingqiu's arms. It hugged the spirit fruit and chewed happily. "Little White, you can't just eat. Look around and see if there are any treasures." Shen Jingqiu also knew that the snow-white monkey's ability to find treasures was unparalleled. Therefore, she wanted him to take a look. Lin Xian and the rest were also looking forward to it. The little white monkey looked around and shrugged helplessly. This scene made many people sigh. Could it be that there were no treasures in this heavenly fire city? That shouldn't be the case. This damned monkey was only interested in eating recently. It probably didn't have any spirit fruits or spirit herbs. There must be other treasures, the Crimson Dragon said. After everyone heard this, they came to a realization. Indeed, for example, strange flames, weapons, and cultivation techniques, the snow-white little monkey probably wouldn't know how to investigate them. It seemed that they still had to search patiently. After walking for about half an hour, the little white monkey suddenly jumped up and pointed at a pavilion in front of them, chirping nonstop. What was going on? Lin Xian waved his hand and stopped. He frowned. Could it be that there was something in front? The others were also excited. Great, there was finally a treasure. Could it be a spirit herb? The spirit herbs here were really valuable. One of them was probably comparable to the king herbs outside. They were very excited as they looked forward. They saw a half-open door of a building in front of them. It was pitch black inside, and they couldn't see what was inside. Suddenly, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Oh no! He threw out a punch. A cold light suddenly flashed in the dark door. Lin Xian realized that it was the light of an eye. Was there something inside? He didn't know. It was better to strike first. A terrifying light shone in all directions, causing the surrounding space to shatter. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't understand why Lin Xian wanted to attack. However, Shen Jingqiu and the Crimson Dragon saw it. The two of them were also surprised. Whoosh! A fiery red figure rushed out from the huge building and pounced at Lin Xian. With a bang, the figure was sent flying. He hit it. There was something. Something actually appeared in the building. Behind them, the cultivators of Immortal Palace and Purple Dawn Holy Land also exclaimed. They didn't notice it at all. Fortunately, it was Lin Xian. Otherwise, they would have been attacked inexplicably. Damn it, who was it? How dare they hide in the building and attack us? Could it be someone from the 10,000 ancient races? It must be them. These people gritted their teeth. In their opinion, only the 10,000 ancient races could be so vicious. Lin Xian stopped and frowned because he realized that it wasn't someone from the 10,000 ancient races in front of him. It was a cheetah. However, it was different from the cheetahs outside. The cheetah was covered in flames as if it wasn't a real creature. However, at this moment, it was hit by Lin Xian. The cheetah's body split open and blood flowed out. This made Lin Xian know that the other party was indeed a real creature that existed in Skyflame City. Moreover, it was hidden in the building. This wasn't a good sign. This was the only place in the city. Was there a mysterious creature? Were there any in the other buildings? Was there something even more terrifying? Su Qin thought of many things in an instant. Moreover, what surprised him even more was that the other party's body didn't turn into a bloody mist after taking his punch. Instead, it only split open. This was too inconceivable. One had to know how terrifying his punch was. Ordinary, invincible kings wouldn't be able to withstand it. If it was a peerless almighty, they wouldn't be able to withstand it at all and would probably turn into a bloody mist in an instant. Could it be that the body of this flame cheetah was the same as that of an invincible king? The others also noticed this. For a moment, everyone was in a state of panic. However, what made them feel at ease was that, along the way, only a flame cheetah had appeared in this place. It seemed that even if there were such fiery creatures, there shouldn't be many of them. The dark red creature waved its dragon claw and grabbed the corpse of the flame cheetah. Let me see what this is. Although the flame cheetah was dead, the flames on its body didn't disappear. The crimson dragon stretched out its dragon claw. The flames were actually trying to burn its dragon claw. With a rumble, dragon aura wrapped around the dragon claw and directly sent the flames flying. It forcefully snatched the flame cheetah's corpse. At the same time, it was very dissatisfied. Damn it, what the hell was this place? The flames were actually so terrifying. Indeed, an ordinary person probably wouldn't be able to withstand such a flame attack. However, the crimson dragon was a little excited. Why do I feel like this flame cheetah's corpse is even more delicious than those ancient creatures? It was drooling. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. He glanced at the flame cheetah's corpse and didn't pay any more attention to it. However, in the next moment, he frowned and exclaimed softly, "What was this?" Chapter 2919. He found that a red crystal had fallen out of the body of the flame cheetah. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian caught the red crystal in his hand. What pure fire energy! Lin Xian was surprised. It should be something like a demon core. The crimson dragon glanced at it. Lin Xian tried to absorb it. He was very surprised. It was much stronger than ordinary demon cores. After saying that, a dragon's shadow appeared behind him. The dragon opened its mouth and directly rushed in the thorny red crystal. This dragon shadow was the great dragon sword soul. Lin Xian now would infinitely improve the great dragon sword soul as long as he had the chance. After swallowing the red crystal, Lin Xian did not waste the flames on the corpse. He directly used the 9 suns' divine fire to merge with it and devoured it. It was to improve the power of the 9 suns' divine body. It was too little. It would be great if there were more of these flame beasts. Lin Xian felt a little regretful. He opened the heavenly secret divine eye and looked around, hoping to find a few more flame beasts. However, after a round of investigation, there were no others. Let's go. Lin Xian shook his head. It seemed that these beasts could only be encountered by chance. The group continued on their journey. After flying for another hour, another figure appeared in front of them. It was not the archaic 10,000 herbs. The crimson dragon glanced at it. Xin Jingqiu, who was next to him, exclaimed. It was the people of the Purple Glow Holy Land. Oh, the Purple Glow Holy Land. Lin Xian was surprised. The people of the Purple Glow Holy Land separated? One had to know that Shen Jingqiu was now leading a group of Purple Glow Holy Land martial artists. Yes, Shen Jingqiu nodded. This time, in addition to me, there are a few top geniuses. Even the previous generations, saint and saintess appeared. They also led a group of disciples and left alone. So that was what was going on. Lin Xian nodded. He asked, "Do you still want to go?" Before Shen Jingqiu could answer, the people in front of them had already discovered their tracks. "Who is it?" Someone exclaimed. "It's the saintess of our holy land." Soon, they discovered Shen Jingqiu and quickly walked over. "Jingqiu, is that you? Were you hurt? Let me have a look." A group of people quickly flew over from the front. These people were surrounded by a mysterious purple aura. Among them, a tall and handsome man stared at Shen Jingqiu with fiery eyes. He asked with concern. Seeing this scene, the Immortal Palace's cultivators immediately frowned. All of them had unkind expressions. Who is this person? What was the meaning of this? He actually dared to have designs on their boss's woman? After all, Shen Jingqiu and their hall master had an extraordinary relationship. But now this person actually dared to poach him? They were so angry that they gnashed their teeth, wishing they could beat the other party into a pig head. The Crimson Dragon also laughed. There would be a good show to watch. Humph! Lin Xian frowned slightly and looked at him. This young man was tall and had a handsome face. He wore a purple robe with clouds drawn on it. The purple aura on his body was abnormally dense, and his aura was even more powerful. These people far surpassed ordinary holy sons and holy daughters. He shouldn't be the current holy son. It seemed that he was the previous holy son of the Purple Glow Holy Land. Lin Xian guessed in his heart, this person should be almost 400 years old. He was very powerful, but Lin Xian didn't take him seriously. The tall young man continued, Jingqiu, this place is too dangerous and mysterious. There might be terrifying arrays and unknown existences. How about this? Come with me. With me around, I can definitely protect your safety. I won't let you be in any danger. This time, my grandfather gave me a few very powerful Dharma artifacts. Even if I encounter those Archean geniuses, I won't be afraid. The tall young man was very confident. His grandfather was a very terrifying Grand Elder in the Purple Glow Holy Land. In this case, coupled with the tall young man's identity, if it were any other female cultivator, they would have eagerly agreed. However, Shen Jingqiu shook her head. No, I don't need your protection. Was he rejected? The Purple Glow Holy Land cultivators behind the tall young man also frowned. The tall young man was stunned. In the next moment, he turned his gaze and looked at the person beside Shin Jingqiu. He finally saw Lin Xian. "It's you." The tall young man's pupils shrank, revealing a trace of astonishment. He knew about Lin Xian. The latter's terror had long since spread throughout the entire True Spirit continent. He had also seen Lin Xian a few times. Therefore, he recognized him with a single glance. Lin Xian was also coldly looking at the tall young man. Their gazes collided in the air, instantly shattering the void. The people of the Purple Glow Holy Land were extremely nervous. Lin Xian was a demonic, godlike existence. He could even kill the 10th generation Grand Elder. Most likely, no one would be able to easily suppress him. So powerful. The Purple Glow Holy Land's previous generation's Saint Sun's heart was also beating wildly. The other party was indeed too powerful. Even the light god's gaze seemed to be able to pierce through him. In an instant, his face became incomparably gloomy. He also liked Shin Jingqiu and wanted to take her for himself. However, the relationship between Shin Jingqiu and this Lin Xian was not shallow. Moreover, Lin Xian was so powerful. This made him incomparably jealous. "Humph, so what if you're powerful? This time, my grandfather gave me a few magical treasures. Once I use them, I don't believe I can't subdue you." The tall young man coldly snorted in his heart. However, he was still unwilling to casually make a move against Lin Xian. His gaze once again retracted from Lin Xian and looked at Shin Jingqiu. "Jingqiu, you're too naive. You don't know how sinister people are. Some people look good on the surface, but have other ideas in their hearts. But I'm different. We both belong to the Purple Glow Holy Land. I'm absolutely sincere to you. Big brother Lin Xian, let's go." The previous generation's Saint Sun hadn't even finished speaking when Shin Jingqiu grabbed Lin Xian's hand and walked forward. The two passed by the tall young man. The tall young man, the previous generation's Saint Sun of the Purple Glow Holy Land, was stunned. His expression became incomparably unsightly. A biting, cold, murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Damn it, he actually ignored me. He even held my hand in front of everyone. The previous generation's Saint Sun's lungs were about to explode from anger. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. Feeling this aura, the surrounding people's expressions changed. This person was so powerful. They didn't expect him to be so powerful. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. He turned around and frowned. "Why? Are you going to make a move?" A biting cold light appeared in his eyes, causing the previous generation's Saint Sun to tremble and retract his aura. "Very well, kid. I'll remember you. I don't know you. You're not qualified for me to remember you." Lin Xian turned around, pulled Shin Jingqiu, and continued on their way. Behind them, the Immortal Palace's martial artists quickly followed. The Crimson Dragon also glanced at the previous generation's Saint Sun and revealed a sinister smile. "If you're looking for trouble, I'll eat you. Buzz." He swung his dragon tail and followed. When Lin Xian and the others were far away, the martial artist behind the previous generation's Saint Sun walked up. Why is this Lin Xian so arrogant? That's right. Does he really think he's invincible? Chapter 2920. Our Lord just doesn't want to fight with him. That's right, with our Lord and the Supreme Elder's treasures, it's easy to kill this kid. These people sneered. The tall youth's face darkened. Damn it, the other party was too arrogant. How dare he ignore him? He swore that if he had the chance, he would kill him. In front, Lin Xian, Shin Jingqiu, and the Crimson Dragon walked forward. Not long after, they stopped again. They arrived in front of palace. This was a very huge palace, as majestic as the Flame Divine Palace. There were many figures near the palace. There were humans and 10,000 ancient races. Obviously, these people had all entered the second street and came here. Seeing Lin Xian arrive, these people also turned their heads to look. In the next moment, they exclaimed. Whether it was the human race or the 10,000 ancient races, After seeing Lin Xian, they all had an instinctive fear. That was because Lin Xian's current reputation was simply too powerful. Probably, other than some of the top geniuses, no one dared to go against him. Big Brother Xian. In the crowd, Murong Qingqing called out. She rushed over with the people of the Jade Lake, sacred ground, to meet up with Lin Xian. Lin Xian asked about Qingqing's previous situation. Then the three of them sat down cross-legged. "Where is this place?" Lin Xian asked. Murong Qingqing came early, but she didn't know much about it. She said that this place was probably a treasure trove. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people gathered here. Well, let's wait and see if there's a way to crack it. After some discussion, Lin Xian and the others decided to wait here. Gradually, more and more people came. Behind them, the previous holy son of the Purple Sun, sacred ground, also came with his people. When they arrived and saw the huge flame divine palace, they were first amazed. When they saw Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu sitting at the side, their expressions changed. Especially the previous holy son. His face was terrifyingly dark. However, he still didn't make a move. He snorted coldly and brought his people to the other side. Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, Dustless, and the other young geniuses also arrived. Lin Xian greeted them. The 10,000 ancient races had also arrived. The three immemorial royal families were extremely powerful. Lin Xian, in particular, was moved by the few figures he saw. Their auras weren't very strong, but Lin Xian could feel that their bodies contained an extremely terrifying power. These people must have deliberately concealed their strength and cultivation. Golden runes flickered in Lin Xian's eyes as he took a deep breath. Leaf, Dao Denier, Dustless, and the other top human experts could also sense that, and were all staring at the newcomers. Fire Qilin Cave. A 15 to 16-year-old youth was walking at the front. He had delicate features, like the boy next door, but all the geniuses of the Fire Qilin Cave followed behind him respectfully. Along the way, these people from the Fire Qilin Cave were incomparably domineering. Get lost. They occupied a very advantageous position, and the other humans and primordial creatures fled one after another. At the same time, these people were shocked as they looked at the 15 to 16-year-old youth. Who was this person? How could he be leading these geniuses of the Fire Qilin Cave? Could it be another 10th generation grandchild? That was possible. Heavens, another 10th generation grandchild had appeared. And this time it was a 10th generation grandchild of the immemorial royal family. Everyone exclaimed. On the divine Emperor Ridge's side, a beautiful woman around 20 years old also came. She was surrounded by a phoenix phantom, and a group of people arrived domineeringly. After arriving, she stared at the 15 to 16-year-old youth of the Fire Qilin Cave, and her eyes were filled with hostility. The youth turned his head, glanced at her, and no longer paid attention to her. This scene made the 9th generation Lord of the Divine Emperor Ridge very angry. A fierce look appeared in her beautiful eyes. How dare he look down on her? How preposterous! However, before she could say anything, the phoenix phantom on her body suddenly let out a cry and turned into a flaming phoenix. The moment this aura appeared, it suppressed the surroundings, and many people were directly pressed to the ground. The primordial creatures trembled, and their eyes were filled with fear. How terrifying! The expressions of the people of the Fire Qilin Cave also changed. What was going on? Was the Divine Emperor Ridge going to make a move? Although they knew that there would be a battle in the future, the other party couldn't wait to make a move before they found the heavenly flame. Even the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons, who had just arrived, changed their expressions. The young Fire Dragon King also narrowed his eyes. He first stared at the 9th generation Lord of the Divine Emperor Ridge. Then he looked at the 15 to 16-year-old youth of the Fire Qilin Cave, and the corners of his mouth raised into a sneer. On the side of the human race, their expressions changed. They were too powerful. These people from the immemorial royal family made them tremble and feel despair. Yi Wu Dao, the Alcade sage Wu Qin, and the others all had solemn expressions. Lin Xian also took a deep breath, and a biting cold light burst out from his eyes. To be honest, even the people of the Divine Emperor Ridge were stunned. Was their 9th generation lord really going to make a move? Just as they were about to ask, someone exclaimed, "No, look beside Lin Xian." Beside Lin Xian? What's wrong? What's going on? Everyone turned their heads to look. Previously, their gazes were attracted by the 15 to 16-year-old youth and the powerful woman. They didn't pay attention to Lin Xian at all. Now that someone reminded them, they all turned their heads to look. In the next moment, they screamed. Lin Xian was majestic and a beautiful woman with a face full of surprise. She also had a phoenix phantom around her body. It seemed like it was going to soar into the sky. This phoenix phantom wasn't made of flames, but of 5 colors. A phoenix, another phoenix. Everyone was shocked. The 10,000 ancient races were also stunned. Heavens! Was this woman also a powerful existence of the divine Phoenix Ridge? On the other hand, the people of the human race were dumbfounded. No, it was Murong Qingcheng, the Jade Lake Saintess. They naturally knew Murong Qingcheng, but they didn't expect such an unforeseen event to happen to Murong Qingcheng. Not to mention these people, even Lin Xian, Shin Jingqiu, and the others were surprised. Murong Qingcheng was also stunned. It was rumored that the Jade Lake Saintess had the Phoenix bloodline. It seemed to have been confirmed before, but they didn't expect her bloodline to be so powerful. A man from the Tao Yi Holy Ground said in a deep voice. He was the current holy son of the Tao Yi Holy Ground. As soon as he spoke, everyone came to a realization. Yes, Murong Qingcheng had the Phoenix bloodline. However, everyone thought that Murong Qingcheng might have a trace of the Phoenix bloodline. But now, that didn't seem to be the case. The power of her bloodline was probably very powerful and terrifying. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a phenomenon. At the divine Phoenix Ridge, the 9th generation Lord turned her head, her beautiful eyes emitting a biting cold flame. She stared fixedly at Murong Qingcheng. Behind her, the primordial creatures of the divine Phoenix Ridge exclaimed one by one. A 5-colored phoenix. She was actually a 5-colored phoenix. Chapter 29-21. The 5-colored phoenix was a very rare existence among the phoenixes. Their divine Phoenix Ridge had 2 or 3 of them, but now there was none. But now there was someone with the 5-colored phoenix bloodline among the humans. This was really unbelievable. For a moment, the people of the divine Emperor Ridge couldn't believe it. The 5-colored phoenix bloodline, how could it be? The Fire Dragon King was also very surprised. On the other side, the 7th generation Lord of the Fire Kylan Cave was also surprised. A piercingly cold light burst out from his clear eyes. Everyone's eyes were focused on Murong Qingcheng. Lin Xian was also surprised. What was a 5-colored phoenix? The Crimson Sacred Dragon exclaimed. It was equivalent to the royal family of the Dragon Clan. So terrifying. Lin Xian was surprised. Although he knew that Murong Qingcheng had the Phoenix bloodline, he didn't expect it to be of such a high grade. It was even higher than these ancient creatures of the divine Emperor Ridge. Not good. If this is the case, will Qingcheng be in danger? Lin Xian frowned. He immediately thought of this matter. Now that you mention it, it really is possible. The Crimson Dragon also whispered. Murong Qingcheng quickly formed a seal with her palms and suppressed the phoenix phantom on her body. She knew that her phoenix bloodline should have resonated with these people of the divine Emperor Ridge. That was why this situation happened. She also looked at the 9th generation Lord, and a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. She could feel the hostility in his eyes and even a trace of envy. Yes, envy. The other party was envious of her. This was not a good thing. Murong Qingcheng felt that she was being stared at by a terrifying ancient royal family. So she smiled bitterly. The surrounding people were shocked. Heavens, this Jade Lake Saintess was really amazing. Yes, she actually had such a high-grade Phoenix bloodline. Do you think this is a good thing? How could the divine Phoenix Ridge allow a human to have such a high-grade Phoenix bloodline? Are you saying that the divine Phoenix Ridge wants to kill her? That's for sure. Everyone was talking, and at the same time some people sighed. As expected of someone who was with Lin Xian, he was still being hunted down. Lin Xian possessed the great dragon sword spirit and was hunted by countless experts. Now, the woman beside him also possessed a top-notch bloodline. I'm afraid it won't be peaceful anymore. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out as the fire-godly palace in front of them changed. The flames on them rolled and condensed into two flame giants. Every one of them was indomitable, as if they were gods and devils, standing on both sides of the palace. The sudden appearance of the scene attracted everyone's attention once again. Everyone's gaze shifted from Morong Qingqing to the fire-godly palace. Had there been any changes? The seventh-generation lord of Fire Qilin Cave was overjoyed. The others also cried out in alarm. The Flame Dragon King and the ninth-generation lord's eyes flickered as they stared ahead. Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the others also withdrew their thoughts. It seemed like the flame godly palace was about to open. One's own line, the little white monkey, jumped out of Shen Jingqiu's embrace, looking very excited. It seemed like he had found some good treasures. The Immortal Palace's martial artists were overjoyed. The little white monkey was an expert at finding treasures. His performance had given them confidence. It seemed like there was indeed something good in the palace. Everyone was overjoyed, but soon they began to tremble. Their eyes were filled with fear, because a terrifying pressure was being emitted from the two flame giants, bringing with it a monstrous aura as if it was going to suppress heaven and earth. Damn it, this aura, is it the aura of a sage? Why do I feel like they have the power of laws? Everyone was terrified. Lin Xian, Yi Wu Dao, the Flame Dragon King, and the seventh generation Lord's expression changed. They felt an irresistible force. But fortunately, it was just the aura of the two flame giants, and it wasn't directed at them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. So, terrifying, Heavenly Flame City was indeed mysterious. A palace could emit such an aura, and it could even kill everyone. He wondered what kind of dangers awaited him inside. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. Opportunities were often accompanied by risks, and the greater the opportunity, the greater the risk. This was a principle that hadn't changed since ancient times. The Fire Dragon King, the ninth-generation patriarch, and the seventh-generation patriarch. These three primeval theocrats were also shocked. There was nothing they could do. Although they thought they were strong, the aura of the two flame giants was too powerful. They couldn't resist at all. Sure enough, everyone below the sage was an ant. This saying wasn't wrong at all. Who was the one who built this heavenly fire city? Could it really be something that fell from the immortal world? They were extremely shocked. Just as they were guessing, a figure suddenly rose into the sky, turning into a hurricane, and rushed forward. Not good. Someone was going to beat them to it. Everyone's expression changed. The figure in the sky was extremely tall, roaring at the sky, his dark green hair dancing in the wind. It was a Yaksha race's expert genius. That's right, it was the Yaksha race's expert genius, the one who fought with Lin Xian previously. Previously, Lin Xian had injured the three Archean race's sky brides, but he didn't kill them. He only let their blood stain his body. They didn't expect that the other party would want to enter the fire sacred palace alone. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked forward. He had to admit that the other party's strength was still terrifying even though he had lost to him. He had about 35,000 Archean power, which wasn't any weaker than those old, undefeatable kings. He's courting death. The Flame Dragon King snorted coldly when he saw this. On the other side, the ninth-generation lord and the seventh-generation lord had a mocking look in their eyes. They didn't move. Did the Yiksha race really think they could beat them to it? The Yiksha race's sky pride was extremely terrifying. He rushed forward like a demon king. In an instant, he was in front of the fire-sacred palace. In the next moment, he was about to break open the red door and enter. However, a terrifying flame suddenly formed on the red door. In an instant, the flame enveloped the Yiksha race's sky pride. Ah! The Yiksha race's sky pride screamed in agony. His body turned into ashes in the flame, and even his soul didn't manage to escape. Spurt, a peerless Archean race's sky pride vanished into thin air just like that. What? He was killed. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. The Archean race's sky prides were also trembling. The Yiksha race's sky pride was extremely powerful, and he was famous among them. However, he was easily killed by a wisp of flame. What kind of palace was this? Could the flame be the heavenly fire? Their hearts raced. Chapter 29-22. The human warriors were trembling, and their faces were pale. They swore that they must not act rashly. Otherwise, they would probably be reduced to ashes. They wouldn't even be able to cause a ripple. Is it a formation? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. The crimson dragon nodded. That's right, it's a formation. It's a super powerful protective formation. It's too profound. It's definitely set up by an unparalleled expert. What should we do? Could it be that we can't go in? Peacock and the others' faces changed when they heard that. If that was the case, they wouldn't be able to break it even if they worked together. They wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. The treasury was right in front of them, but they couldn't go in. It was a terrible feeling. The crimson dragon shook his head. That might not be the case. It's just that idiot from the Yiksha race. Can't he wait a little longer? We didn't do anything, and the two flame giants appeared. It's obvious that the palace can be opened. We just need to wait patiently. The dark red dragon god was right. After waiting for about 4 hours, the red door in front of them made a rumbling sound and slowly opened a crack. Great, it's really open. The immortal palace warriors were excited. The other human warriors also held their breaths. The 10,000 ancient races' eyes lit up. Everyone was waiting. No one dared to act rashly. When the red door finally opened, the fire dragon king of the nest of 10,000 dragons smiled. It's time to go in. He waved his hand and led his people forward. At the same time, the 7th Lord of Fire Chilin Cave and the 9th Lord of Divine Phoenix Ridge did the same. Let's go too. Lin Xian looked at Morong Qingcheng. Shen Jingqiu, the Crimson Dragon, and the others also walked forward. Everyone set off quickly. The whole process was very quiet. No one made a move. After all, the two flame giants were eyeing them. They didn't dare to act recklessly in front of them. After entering, everyone was stunned. Lin Xian's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Murong Qingcheng, Shen Jingqiu, and the others also opened their small mouths wide. Crimson Dragon also exclaimed, "Damn, where is this place? Did we come to the wrong place?" Screams rang out as the scene inside the Flame Godly Palace was completely different from what they had imagined. To be honest, these people were all top-notch geniuses. Who hadn't explored ancient ruins before? Lin Xian had also been there many times. He had even entered the tombs of saints. However, it was completely different from the scene in front of him. Behind the flaming door was an incomparably vast hall. This hall was very normal, but the scene inside the hall was abnormal. At this moment, the main hall was covered in blood, and all kinds of corpses and remains were scattered all over the place. It was clear that this place had experienced an incomparably tragic battle. On the ground, on the walls, on the stone pillars, there were terrifying cracks everywhere. The blood still hadn't dried up completely. One could only imagine how terrifying those who had died were. Damn it! Just what is this palace? Why are these people fighting? Could it be that they were all fighting for some treasure? Who are these people? Are they the experts of the true spirit world? Everyone was puzzled. Be careful. The Fire Dragon King, 7th generation and 9th generation, said to the ancient creatures behind them. They took the lead and walked forward. When their feet stepped on the dried blood, their bodies trembled. They felt a terrifying aura, as if it was going to devour them. Fortunately, the blood had dried for tens of thousands of years. Although there were still remnants, the baleful aura on it was already very weak. Otherwise, a drop of blood would be enough to kill them. We should be careful too. Lin Xian activated the 9-yang divine body, and the 9-yang divine fire enveloped the Immortal Palace's martial artists. Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu also activated their king domains and followed Lin Xian forward. Everyone was very careful. Fortunately, they hadn't discovered any danger so far, and they hadn't been attacked. Wu Ji, the snow-white monkey suddenly jumped up and waved its little paw, grabbing a broken sword on the ground. Buzz, a terrifying light shone in all directions, and a terrifying murderous aura swept over like a tide. In an instant, it filled the entire void. Everyone's bodies trembled, and their scalps went numb. They stopped and turned their heads. Damn it, who is it? Who is it? Are they trying to kill us? They screamed crazily. Lin Xian was also shocked. The Crimson Dragon exclaimed, Damn it, damn monkey, what are you trying to do? He was also scared. Who knew if there were any formations here? Why was the snow-white monkey moving around? Lin Xian was very puzzled. Little White, on the other hand, made funny faces at the crowd and went to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian was very surprised. Little White picked up a broken sword, but it didn't cause any terrifying consequences. Moreover, the broken sword in the snow-white monkey's hand was very sharp. It seemed to be a top-tier heaven-grade weapon. Little White casually grabbed a top-tier heaven-grade weapon. It was really surprising. One had to know that although he had a half-step sacred artifact in his hand, top-tier heaven-grade artifacts were not cabbages. They were very terrifying, especially this short sword. It had been tens of thousands of years, but it still emitted such a terrifying aura. One could imagine how terrifying it was in the past. Not only Lin Xian, but everyone else also noticed this. They looked at the weapons on the ground in shock and exclaimed, Heavens, we're rich! This was a rare treasure. Some of them took action, pulling out long sabers and spears. They found that each of them was incomparably sharp. Although they were broken, they were even more terrifying than the weapons in their hands. Oh no, it's not a top-tier heaven-grade artifact. Crimson Shinnong shook his head. This should be a high-grade heaven-grade artifact. What? A high-grade heaven-grade artifact has such power? Everyone was in disbelief, but Yi Wu Dao and the others nodded. That's right, it was indeed a high-grade heaven-grade artifact. The primordial genius's expressions also flickered. They found that it was just as the Crimson Dragon had said. These were only high-grade heaven-grade artifacts, but their sharpness was not inferior to their own top-tier heaven-grade artifacts. This weapon is even stronger than our own weapon. The 10,000 ancient races were shocked. Just what era were these weapons from? Could it be that these people who died were all people from before the primordial era? That was too shocking. Cries of surprise rang out, and many people's eyes turned red. These were all treasures. If they were taken out and refined, they would definitely be divine weapons. Too good. We're rich. How could there be no treasures in Skyfire City? These people were extremely excited. Even the primordial creatures' eyes turned red. Chapter 29-23. Damn it, this is ours. They were extremely arrogant as they stared at the humans. The human martialists looked gloomy as they gritted their teeth. Damn it, how overbearing. They want to take the treasures as soon as they see them. Don't fight with them. This hall is so big. Let's just go to another area. Many people were discussing this matter. They didn't want to clash with the 10,000 ancient races, but they wouldn't give up on the treasures here. Fortunately, the hall was big enough for them to search in other areas. In an instant, the human martialists spread out and searched in all directions. Even the 10,000 ancient races had distanced themselves from each other. The group that had originally gathered together quickly disintegrated at this moment. Peacock, go and search the surroundings. Pay attention to your own safety. Lin Xian turned around and said to the martialists of Immortal Palace. Yes, Peacock and the rest were overjoyed. The martialists of Immortal Palace were even more excited. Lin Xian and the rest didn't care about treasures of this grade, but that didn't mean that these people didn't care about them. In their eyes, this was a divine weapon. Therefore, after getting Lin Xian's permission, the martialists of Immortal Palace quickly spread out in all directions. Let's go and take a look. Only the Crimson Dragon, Murong Qingqing, and Xin Jingqiu were left beside Lin Xian. He didn't plan to separate from these people, because he had a feeling that the flame sacred palace wasn't that simple. Therefore, it was better for them to stick together. The previous saint of the Purple Dawn, sacred ground, gnashed his teeth in anger as he watched Xin Jingqiu and Lin Xian leave. On the other side, the ninth lord of the Royal Ridge also stared at Murong Qingqing. His eyes flickered, but no one knew what he was thinking. On the other side, the Fire Dragon King also looked in Lin Xian's direction. He was staring at Lin Xian. Was this the kid who possessed the great dragon sword soul? How could a puny human like him possess such a thing? Just wait and find an opportunity to kill him. The great dragon sword soul belongs to us. The people from the Fire Qilin Cave also glanced at Lin Xian. They were also tempted by the great dragon sword soul. After all, that was one of the 5 swords of the world. There was no one who wouldn't be jealous. However, Lin Xian's current strength was simply too strong. Ordinary people simply did not dare to have any ideas about him. However, they were not afraid. They were confident that they could kill the other party. Of course, this Fire Qilin Cave's 7th generation had another idea. That was Lin Xian's 9-yang divine flame. In his opinion, eating Lin Xian would increase the power of his flames. Of course, now was not the time to make a move. Lin Xian and the others walked forward cautiously. Lin Xian also activated his heavenly secret god eyes and carefully observed his surroundings. What is this? Murong Qingqing reached out her hand and grabbed out a broken ring. She probed with her soul and was astonished. The inside of the storage ring is broken, but there are still some things. She discovered that there were 2 weapons and a few bottles of pills inside. Other than that, there was nothing else. From the looks of it, there should have been a cultivation technique, but because the storage ring was broken, the cultivation technique was destroyed. The hairpin was also a treasure. Xin Jingqiu was also looking for it. Who are these people? Any piece of jewelry they wore was a top-grade treasure. They were extremely amazed. At this moment, the snow-white fox exclaimed and pointed in a direction, chattering nonstop. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a golden light. He looked forward and then exclaimed in surprise, "There are spirit herbs. Let's go and take a look." The group of them flew forward. Soon they arrived. There was a fiery red spirit herb in front of them. It was growing out of the ground and blood. The spirit herb was not very tall. It was only as tall as 2 palms. There were mysterious patterns on it, and there were small flames dancing on it. The blazing flower was actually such a thing. It was almost extinct in the outside world. The Crimson Dragon exclaimed. Lin Xian's eyes were also burning. Indeed, it was a fire tribute spirit herb. It was an extremely precious spirit herb. Lin Xian was overjoyed. This thing was very useful for improving his 9-yang divine constitution. That's great. I didn't expect to find such a treasure so soon after coming to the Fire God Palace. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Just as he was about to move, his eyelids twitched, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. His expression darkened as he looked around. That was because he discovered a few hidden auras around him. These auras were almost invisible. Even an invincible king might not be able to detect them. Fortunately, he had the heavenly secret divine eyes. Otherwise, he would not have been able to detect them. Damn it, it's a trap. Lin Xian grabbed Little White and told it not to act rashly. Then he sent a voice transmission to the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingcheng and Shinjingqiu. When the three of them learned about it, they were also very surprised. There's someone in the dark. It seemed that these people had discovered the blazing fire flower but did not take it away. Instead, they hid in the surroundings and waited for others. When others saw the blazing fire flower, they would definitely be overjoyed. That would be the time when people were the most relaxed. Then they would be able to kill the other party. How vicious! They should be from the 10,000 ancient races. Lin Xian said through voice transmission. They were probably the only ones who had the idea and the strength to plot against others. Can you tell which race they are from? The Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian shook his head. No, they must have used some kind of treasure to hide themselves. If not for the heavenly secret divine eyes, I wouldn't have discovered them. That was indeed the case. The Crimson Dragon, Shenjingqiu, and Morong Qingqing did not discover them. Therefore, this made them feel a lingering fear. What should we do? Shenjingqiu asked. Lin Xian said through voice transmission. Since they want to kill us, they should be prepared to be killed instead. We'll pretend that we don't know and directly pluck the blazing fire flower to lure them out. When the time comes, we'll give them a thunderous blow. I want to see who dares to plot against me here. Okay, I'll go. Morong Qingqing nodded and walked forward. Soon, she arrived in front of the blazing fire flower. There were indeed a few figures hiding in the dark. There were a total of 3 people. The 3 of them were gathered together. Their bodies were covered in a light shadow that completely isolated their auras. Even invincible kings could not detect them. That was why the 3 of them dared to set up a trap here. Damn it, it's actually the human brat? Is it him? He has the 9-yang divine body and the dragon sword soul. Can we defeat him? There were 2 men and a woman hiding in the dark. The 3 of them looked like humans, but they had red feathers on their bodies and red wings on their backs. Obviously, they were from the ancient royal family. They were the 3 geniuses of the ancient royal family, the Red Wing race. They naturally recognized Lin Xian, so they were very surprised. They were considering whether to make a move or not. One of the tall young men snorted coldly. What does that brat have? Although he's powerful, he doesn't know about our existence at all. Later on, we'll kill him in one strike, and that's it. Chapter 29-24. Even if they couldn't kill him, they could at least severely injure him. It would be easy to kill him later. That was indeed the case. The female prodigy next to him also said, I have a Dharma treasure here that can damage a person's soul. When the time comes, we can attack together. I don't believe that we can't kill this kid. The 3 of them sneered malevolently, but soon they were stunned. It wasn't Lin Xian who attacked, but a peerless beauty who was next to Lin Xian. It was the Saintess of Jade Lake. She had the 5-colored phoenix, phantom on her body, just now. The female prodigy frowned. The short young man sneered. That's even better. We can capture her and hand her over to Divine Phoenix Ridge. Divine Phoenix Ridge will definitely give us a precious treasure in exchange. That was a good idea. The tall prodigy also nodded. The 3 of them smiled malevolently. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't have to face Lin Xian immediately. This allowed their success rate to increase a little. At the same time, Morong Qingqing had already arrived in front of the fiery flower. She stretched out her slender hands and grabbed at the flower. There was a hint of joy on her face, as if she didn't notice the danger around her. Buzz, the prodigy of the Red Wing clan who was hiding in the dark, made her move. Who was the one who attacked? A red long sword appeared in her hand. It seemed to be made of feathers. It was abnormally strange. It emitted a scorching and terrifying aura. The long sword pierced through the void. The long sword was pointed at Morong Qingqing's forehead. It was obvious that she wanted to kill her in one strike. If she didn't know that there was someone here, Morong Chingcheng would probably be injured or even killed. But now, she already knew that there was someone hiding in the dark who wanted to attack her. Therefore, although Morong Chingcheng seemed to be careless, she was always prepared. The moment the void fluctuated, Morong Chingcheng shouted. Her beautiful eyes emitted a bright light. She raised her slender hands and slammed them forward. Buzz! The runes in the sky shone and turned into a phoenix that rushed out. Morong Chingcheng hadn't received a title. She had been keeping a low profile recently, but that didn't mean that she was weak. She possessed the most powerful bloodline power, so how could her strength be weak? He was definitely standing at the top of the human race. Moreover, as an extreme Tao holy land, the Jade Lake sacred ground had the inheritance of a great emperor. Although he had only come into contact with Morong Chingcheng for now, its power was still extremely terrifying. Boom! Boom! The sound of being knocked back rang out as the killing sword made of feathers was smashed into pieces. Morong Chingcheng's palm shone even brighter as it pressed toward the void. In an instant, the phoenix silhouette enveloped the woman who had attacked. Damn it, this is impossible. The woman's expression changed drastically as she screamed. At the same time, her body materialized and she quickly retreated. She was too shocked. Her opponent was actually able to break her attack with a single move, and was even attacking her in the opposite direction. She simply couldn't believe it. In her eyes, only Lin Xian was a threat. Other than Lin Xian, they didn't care about anyone else. However, the woman beside Lin Xian was so powerful. Damn it, was it because she had the bloodline of the five-colored phoenix? The primordial woman's expression was cold as she moved extremely quickly. The pair of fiery red wings on her back flapped and carried her away quickly. Kill! At the same time, the other two prodigies of the Red Wing clan, who were hiding in the dark, also made their move. The tall youth snorted coldly as a fiery red spear pierced toward Lin Xian like a bolt of red lightning. The other short youth had a dagger in his hand. His target was Shinjingqiu. The two of them appeared very suddenly and were very fast. Their strength was no weaker than the woman who had attacked before. It could be said that they were going to kill him. However, Lin Xian sneered. He had already discovered their tracks. When he saw them attack, he snorted coldly and stretched out his hand. It was like a golden mountain as it slammed forward. "You're courting death." The tall youth from the Red Wing clan roared angrily. How dare Lin Xian fight him barehanded? He was underestimating him. He swore that he would chop off Lin Xian's hand. Clang! An earth-shattering sound was heard. The fiery red spear collided with Lin Xian's hand, causing sparks to fly. The surrounding space quickly shattered as the runes in the sky trembled nonstop. What? The tall youth from the Red Wing clan widened his eyes in disbelief. That was because Lin Xian had grabbed his spear and swung it forcefully. Clang! The spear broke into two halves. As for him, he was also sent flying by an enormous power. Lin Xian had broken his weapon with his bare hands. This was driving him crazy. In the next moment, he screamed before he could react. Lin Xian leaped high into the air and stomped down on Yi Fuqian's body. With a loud boom, his body was trampled into pieces. Poof! Ah! Blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, a scream was heard from the other side. It was not Shinjingqiu, but the short youth who had attacked the neurosphere. Although Shinjingqiu looked innocent, she was not weak at all. Purple qi surged around her body and turned into a purple gourd. A wisp of qi knocked away the short youth's dagger. The other 3 wisps of qi pierced through the short youth's body. Feathers fell from the short youth's body as he screamed in agony. Damn it, how could this be? They roared as if they had gone mad. They couldn't believe it. The short youth retreated frantically. The tall youth who had his body crushed was also regenerating his body in the distance. His face was extremely pale. The other primordial female was sent flying by Morong Chingching. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Damn it! They could not believe that the three of them were too strong. They could accept it if Lin Xian had injured them. However, what was going on with Morong Chingching and Xinjingqiu? They had never heard of such a powerful saintess in the human race. Damn it, they were too careless. They had underestimated them. They had to leave quickly. They were not to be trifled with. The three of them discussed for a while and turned to leave. You want to leave? Did I allow you to leave? Lin Xian sneered. The other party had tried to assassinate them in the dark, and they wanted to leave after failing the assassination? How could there be such a good thing? Was he someone who could be assassinated so easily? He waved his hand, and the 9 suns' divine fire in the sky formed a large net that enveloped the entire world. Bang! 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 The 3 prodigies from the Redwing clan crashed into the flame net and were knocked back. Damn it! How dare you stop us? They were furious. We are from the Redwing clan. So what? Lin Xian was extremely powerful. He even dared to kill the 10th generation of the Silver Group, let alone the 3 of them. How dare you assassinate me? Kneel down and accept your death. At that moment, he was like a demon god, and his body shone brightly. Chapter 29-25. The 3 crimson lunar prodigies' hearts pounded wildly when they heard that. Oh no, he's going to make a move. They regretted it now. They had been too arrogant. Previously, they thought that they would succeed if they launched a sneak attack. Who would have thought that their opponent was so powerful that he was not afraid of their sneak attack at all? Moreover, their opponent was very powerful. Even the 10th generation of the Crimson Lunar Prodigy had been crippled by him, let alone them. Don't fight him head-on. Hide so that he won't be able to find you. The 3 of them flashed and instantly disappeared from the void. They disappeared again. Morong Chingcheng exclaimed. Xinjingqiu also frowned. They could not find any trace of them. Damn it, they should have a Dharma treasure. The Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth. Xiao, Xuanzi, hurry up and kill them. Snatch the treasure. Lin Xian did not say anything. His eyes shone with a piercing golden light as he activated his heavenly divine eyes. A pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky and looked down mercilessly. Boom! Suddenly, he waved his fist and smashed it in a certain direction in the void. With a bang, the void split open, and 3 figures were sent flying. Blood splattered everywhere, and many of their bodies were torn apart. Damn it! How did you discover us? The 3 of them were about to go crazy. Their faces were filled with disbelief. It's over. We've been tricked. That brat already knew about our existence. The 3 of them finally understood that the other party must have discovered them in advance. Otherwise, the assassination earlier would have been a success. But how is that possible? They had a precious treasure from the Crimson Wing clan that could conceal their auras. Even an invincible king would not be able to detect it. No one below the sage level would be able to detect it. How did the other party discover us? Look, what's that? One of them pointed at the sky, his body trembling. Even his teeth were chattering. The other 2 looked up and felt their scalps go numb. A pair of golden eyes was looking down at the world. Damn it, he knows eye techniques. In an instant, they realized that the other party must have mastered an incomparably terrifying eye technique. That was how he discovered their tracks. But what kind of eye technique could be so powerful? However, the situation was critical, and they did not have time to think too much. The other party's huge golden hand grabbed out once again, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was like the 5-finger mountain enveloping the entire world. The 5 fingers gradually closed together, and the surrounding space kept shattering and squeezing. The pressure was so great that even their bones were broken. Damn it, get lost! The 3 geniuses of the Crimson Wings race roared out in a frenzy. Their bodies shone with a radiance that could destroy everything. However, he was unable to escape from Lin Xian's grasp. They were in despair. They were also geniuses of their respective clans and were extremely powerful. Killing people was as easy as slaughtering dogs. However, in the hands of Lin Xian, they seemed to have become ants. Bang, bang, bang in the end. Their bodies shattered and turned into a bloody mist. The three souls floated out, wanting to escape. The gods' eye in the sky spun and emitted wisps of soul flames. They floated out and ignited the souls of the three. No, damn it, you dare to kill me. Spare my life, spare my life. I will never find trouble with you again. Angry roars, threats, and pleas for mercy rang out, but it was useless. In an instant, their souls were burned clean. In the sky, a feather floated down. It was sparkling and translucent, giving off a strange glow. Lin Xian reached out and grabbed the feather, studying it carefully. Then he frowned and said, "This must be the thing that hid the aura of the three." "Really, let me see." The crimson dragon's eyes lit up after receiving the feather. "This must be the feather of the Crimson Wings, race's sage. It has such a remarkable ability. Qingcheng, this feather is for you." Lin Xian gave the feather to Murong Qingcheng. Because Murong Qingcheng had just been found out that she had the 5-colored phoenix bloodline, the people of the divine Phoenix Ridge might harm her in the future. If she had this feather, she could hide her body at any time. It would be a good way to escape. Murong Qingcheng did not stand on ceremony. She took the feather and imprinted her mark on it. Then she put it away. Whoosh, the snow-white monkey's figure flashed and picked up the flaming fruit. Then it jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder, excitedly. Lin Xian said, Good, good, good. Little guy, you've done well." He waved his hand and divided the flaming fruit into 5 portions, 1 for each of them. "Ha! Then I won't stand on ceremony." The crimson dragon swallowed it directly. Then it stared at the others while drooling. The snow-white monkey hugged a flaming fruit and ate it happily. Lin Xian, Murong Qingcheng, and Xin Jingqiu also swallowed the flaming fruit. Lin Xian sat cross-legged. The 9 suns' divine fire on his body bloomed and quickly absorbed the pure energy inside. Murong Qingcheng and Xin Jingqiu did the same. Not long after, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The divine fire on his body shone even brighter. "Kid, you've become stronger again." After the crimson dragon absorbed the blood essence of the 3 Redwing clan members, it flew over. The dragon blood on its body surged. Its terrifying aura shocked Lin Xian. In terms of bloodline, even the Fire Dragon King could not compare to the Crimson Dragon. He wondered if the Dragon Crown Prince of the Dragon Clan or the Crimson Dragon's bloodline was stronger. While Lin Xian was absorbing the flaming fruit, other battles were happening in other parts of the hall. There were many treasures here, some broken weapons, and some spiritual herbs. Naturally, there were many battles. Among them, the most intense battles were between the humans and the 10,000 Archean tribes. Both sides did not hold back. Not only that, but there were also clashes between the humans. There were even massacres between the 10,000 Archean tribes. The originally dark red floor was now dyed red with blood. There were many new corpses on the ground. It was a hair-raising sight. "Let's go." Lin Xian and the others continued on their way. Along the way, they found some broken storage rings and some spiritual herbs. Gradually, they realized that the items in the hall could no longer satisfy them. They wanted to see what was behind the hall. After all, such a magical palace could not only have one hall. Everyone else felt the same way. Hence, they gathered in the center again. Many people were overjoyed. Of course, there were also some who felt heartache. Many people had died. Moreover, this was only the beginning. Who knew if there were other magical places in Skyfire City? How many geniuses would die because of the heavenly fire this time? Someone sighed. That's right. It was not easy to get out alive, let alone find treasures. Many of the ancient tribe members gritted their teeth. They could not accept that the humans, especially the powerful geniuses, had killed their members. Who dares to kill the geniuses of the Redwing clan? Suddenly a roar sounded, shaking the 9 heavens. Everyone's bodies trembled, and they all turned their heads to look. Chapter 29-26. On the left, a man with wings and feathers all over his body roared crazily. His body emitted a monstrous aura that suppressed the surroundings. Everyone's expression changed. Damn it, an invincible king. He was actually an invincible king. The man with feathers was indeed an invincible king. An invincible king below 500 years old, and a prodigy of the ancient royal family. This person's strength was absolutely terrifying. The human cultivators trembled. Under normal circumstances, those below 500 years old were mostly of the younger generation. These people's strength was heaven-defying, and they could fight above their level. Killing an invincible king would not be a problem. However, their cultivation was at the level of an 8-star king, a peerless almighty. However, the other party was an invincible king. Coupled with his talent in fighting above his level, the other party's strength was unimaginable. Even the primeval life forms and other Archean chosen felt their eyelids twitch. The members of the 3 archaic theocrats also frowned. What was this Red-Winged King doing? To be honest, although they were high and mighty and did not put the other ancient royal family members in their eyes, this time there were few prodigies from the ancient royal family who were worthy of their attention, because they were all invincible kings and they were all young kings. Red Moon King was one of them. Some of the ancient race members who were on good terms with the Red-Winged tribe asked. Red-Winged King said with a sullen face, 3 prodigies of my Red-Winged tribe have been killed. Who did it just now? Everyone in the hall was shocked. Previously, everyone was busy fighting for the treasures here, and even Red-Winged King did not notice. Moreover, he did not think that anyone would dare to attack them. Therefore, they were very surprised that 3 prodigies had fallen. The other ancient creatures from the Red-Winged tribe were also roaring. Who was it? Hurry up and kneel down and accept your death. We can give you a quick death. Otherwise, if we find you, we will tear you to pieces and make you suffer a fate worse than death. Damn it! Who dared to kill the prodigies of the Red-Winged tribe? The ancient creatures from the Red-Winged tribe looked around. This scene caused the humans to panic. However, some of the prodigies from the 10,000 ancient races were very dissatisfied. However, when they felt Red-Winged King's cold gaze, their hearts skipped a beat, and they did not say anything. However, he still snorted coldly. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Lin Xian, in particular, narrowed his eyes. It seemed like the 10,000 ancient races were not of one mind. There were many internal conflicts, and no one was willing to submit to the other. Let's go. The Fire Dragon King turned around and led the members of the nest of 10,000 dragons forward. No one dared to stop him. The people from the Red-Winged clan were also silent. They didn't even dare to look. There was nothing they could do about it. Although they were strong, the nest of 10,000 dragons was stronger than them. After the nest of 10,000 dragons, Shen and Huangling also led a group of people forward. They wanted to be the first to explore further. The others wanted to leave as well, but King Red Feather snorted and looked around coldly. Those people were so scared that they quickly stopped in their tracks. Among them, the Golden Rocks, the Silver clans, and a few other top clans that were no weaker than the Red-Winged clans also left with their people. The others were left here because no one could compete with Red Feather King. Tell me, who killed the genius of my clan? Or did someone see who did it? You can tell me. The 10,000 ancient races have always been on good terms. Why would we attack you? Immediately, a few of the ancient races spoke up. The others also chimed in one after another. We can't do it, but I think it's very likely that the humans did it. That's right, it's the humans. Only they would be so reckless as to attack us. Many of the ancient races sneered and pointed the finger at the humans. Hearing this, the humans' faces turned green. Bullsh *T, why would it be S? What evidence do you have? That's right. These people were furious. They didn't want to be thought of as the murderer. King Red Feather was too powerful. He was probably even more terrifying than Bai Qianshan. After all, Bai Qianshan was only a peerless almighty, but King Redfeather was an invincible king. The people from the Redwing clan stared at the human martial artists with unfriendly expressions. Who was it? Stand out. Wherever their gazes landed, the human martial artists trembled. King Redfeather's mind was clearer. He said that ordinary human martial artists couldn't kill their prodigies, not even the saints. It had to be the top prodigies of the human race. That was true. This was indeed the case. The human martial artists were panic-stricken. The weaker martial artists let out a sigh of relief, but the top martial artists were frowning, especially the sacred grounds of their clans. They were facing a great enemy. Among them, the Yi clan, Gu clan, Dao East Sacred Ground, Jade Pool, Alcade, Grand Xia Dynasty, Myriad Buddha Temple, and others were all facing a great enemy. After all, their saints were the top prodigies and had the ability to kill each other. Brother Lin Xian, what should we do? Murong Qingqing asked through voice transmission. Lin Xian replied, Don't worry about it. Don't speak. Leave it to me. Firstly, when he killed them, the Crimson Dragon had set up a layer of array. No one could see it. Secondly, the whole process was very short. He killed them almost instantly. He believed that no evidence would be left behind. Therefore, he wouldn't admit it. Of course, if the Red Feather tribe still wanted to attack him, he wouldn't mind playing with them. The king of the Red Feather tribe glanced at Yi Wudao, the Alcade sage Wu Qin, the Grand Xia prince, and Lin Xian. These people looked solemn, but they weren't afraid. They were prodigies and could suppress everything. Although the king of the Red Feather tribe was strong, they still had the ability to fight. King, I suspect it's this kid. That's right. Only this kid would dare to attack our Redwing clan. Many of the Red Feather tribe members stared at Lin Xian. The other primordial beings and archaic geniuses also walked over, their eyes flashing with a cold light. That's right. Lin Xian was very strong and arrogant. He didn't hesitate to kill the 10,000 Archean tribe members. It was as if they were killing human martial artists. This made them mad and scared at the same time. But now they were gloating because Lin Xian had offended the king of the Red Feather tribe. That was a young, primordial king. His strength was definitely heaven-defying. Lin Xian probably wouldn't be able to fight him. Kid, are you the one who did it? The king of the Red Feather tribe asked. Where's the evidence? Lin Xian sneered. He didn't admit or deny it. Instead, he asked for evidence. If you don't have evidence, don't talk nonsense. You should have heard of this saying. Disaster comes from the mouth. So I advise you to think carefully before you speak. Lin Xian spoke again. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. The primordial creatures were also in an uproar. Lin Xian dared to threaten the king of the Red Feather tribe. Chapter 29-27. Heavens, this kid really doesn't know what's good for him. That's right. The Redwing tribe already suspected him. Now that this kid is so arrogant, the Redwing king will definitely not let him go. Damn this kid, he's too despicable. I'll kill him. The archaic creatures of the Redwing clan were also enraged. A few of them looked gloomy. The Redwing king's eyes shone with a fiery red light. It was like a red sword piercing through the void. He stared at Lin Xian. Good kid, you have guts. I suspect that you're the one who did it. Kneel down obediently, kowtow, and accept your death. His voice was incomparably cold. Lin Xian was not afraid. He said indifferently, I've said it. Where's the evidence? You want evidence? Simple. I'll capture you and search your soul. Then I'll know. The Redwing king also stood out. His powerful aura suppressed the surroundings, causing everyone to be frightened. They couldn't breathe. At this moment, the human race's faces were ugly, especially the warriors from the Immortal Palace. They looked as if they were facing a great enemy. However, there was an exception. That was the previous saint of the Purple Dawn Holy Land. He was ecstatic. Attack! Attack! Kill this kid! To be honest, he was very eager for the Red Wing King to attack Lin Xian and kill Lin Xian. As long as Lin Xian was dead, Xin Jingqiu would be his. Therefore, he was looking forward to it. Brother Xian, Murong Qingqing, and Xin Jingqiu were also very worried. After all, the Red Wing King was not an ordinary ancient prodigy. Lin Xian waved his hand to calm the two of them. He looked at the Red Wing King and said coldly, "Don't you want to know the result from me?" "Sure. 3 moves. If you can block 3 of my moves, I'll tell you." What? Lin Xian actually dared to attack the Red Wing King. And he was so arrogant. Those primordial life forms were going crazy. The other primordial elites were also stunned. They looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at an idiot. Did this brat really have no idea of life and death? Or was he tired of living? What a brat! He was indeed insolent. However, it's a pity that you're too arrogant. Do you think that just because you defeated Bai Qianshan, you can contend against me? Let me tell you, I am the real invincible king. My strength is above Bai Qianshan's. You have no chance of winning against me. So you agree? Lin Xian asked. Red Feather King waved his hand. Kid, don't talk about defeating me. If I take a step back within 3 moves, I'll admit defeat. Okay, that's what you said. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian snorted coldly, his eyes shining brightly. At this moment, the god of the 9 suns, Rise, was released, suppressing the area. It was like a peerless overlord, causing people to tremble. Brat, I will let you know what despair is in front of me. Red Feather King's entire body was covered in flames. His red feathers fluttered in the wind. The dazzling divine light was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. His gaze was even more so like a divine rainbow, clashing with the golden gaze, exploding in the sky like brilliant fireworks. The first punch, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. With a boom, the 9 suns' divine body shone brightly, as if 10,000 lightning bolts were about to fall. They trembled and retreated quickly. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian's strength was indeed incomparably powerful. The immemorial creatures also retreated frantically. Do you think Lin Xian can win? What a joke! Red Feather King was such a powerful existence. Just wait, he will definitely lose this time. They discussed animatedly. The immemorial creatures of the Red Feather Clan sneered. They had absolute confidence in their young king. Red Feather King stood there like a demon god. The red feathers on his body bloomed, and the surrounding void could not withstand it. Boom! Lin Xian made his move. His golden fist shone brightly like a golden crow as it pierced through the void and charged toward Lin Xian. Small fry, break for me. Red Feather King was disdainful. The blood in his body surged, and a fierce energy burst out, causing people to tremble. He formed a strange hand seal with both hands. Get lost! The red flames on his body jumped and formed an ancient shield in front of him. In the next moment, the golden fist and the red shield collided. With a boom, the entire world exploded. The huge palace shook and cracks spread all around. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Ka ka ka! Suddenly, the red shield made a cracking sound and shattered into pieces. However, the golden fist also disappeared into thin air. It was blocked. The two were evenly matched. The human warriors exclaimed, and the immemorial creatures screamed. The immemorial creature of the Red Feather Clan laughed wildly. What Central Emperor Lin Xian? In front of Red Feather King, he could not withstand a single blow. That was King Red Feather could block his strongest attack with just a wave of his finger. These people laughed crazily. Red Feather King grinned. I told you, you're not my opponent. Not to mention 3 moves. Even 300 moves will not be able to shake me. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. As expected of the invincible king, he was indeed powerful. But so what? The punch just now was just a test. Next, he would use his real attack. Boom! He punched out again, and the terrifying 9 suns divine fire spun in the sky. Soon, a large cauldron was formed above his fist. The large cauldron was hazy and emitted a heavy aura, as if it was refined with immortal gold. As soon as it appeared, the void collapsed and the raging flames spread. That is, the celestial emperor cauldron. The Yi family warriors were the first to scream. They were shocked and could not believe what they were seeing. When the others heard this, they felt dizzy. Their heads were about to explode. What? The celestial emperor cauldron? You're saying that the other party used the celestial emperor cauldron? Damn it, how is that possible? The celestial emperor cauldron was an extreme weapon. Not to mention the human race, even the 10,000 immemorial races were going crazy. The faces of the immemorial prodigies changed. It was as if they were facing an extreme weapon. Yi Wudao's eyes shone with a cold light. The great dragon sword soul was simulated by the great dragon sword soul. One of the immemorial prodigies screamed. The others were envious. Was this the power of the great dragon sword soul? It was hard to imagine that he could simulate an extreme weapon with just a raise of his hand. At this moment, these people were all tempted. If they could obtain the great dragon sword soul, their strength would go through a heaven-defying change. Everyone looked at Lin Xian with burning eyes. However, when they felt the aura emitted from Lin Xian's fist, they shrank back. King Redwing's pupils shrank. It's just an imitation. Do you really think it's an extreme weapon? You want to suppress me? What a joke! He snorted in disdain, and the light on his body became even brighter. Today, I will let you know what it means to be unparalleled in strength. The feathers on his body burned fiercely, and his 2 wings were like heavenly blades. They slashed the void and collided with the celestial emperor cauldron. Chapter 29-28. With a loud boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The surrounding space quickly shattered. King Qiyu let out a muffled groan as the wings behind his back dimmed. Countless feathers fell to the ground, and a crack appeared on the ground beneath his feet. He blocked it. Everyone exclaimed, but King Qiyu's heart was filled with shock. Although he blocked it, he could no longer feel his wings. The other party's attack was really too powerful, far exceeding his expectations. Damn it! He roared, wanting to resist. However, Lin Xian's third punch came. Under the punch, the celestial emperor's cauldron disappeared, and endless light turned into fire dragons. Thousands of them, densely packed, intertwined in the sky, forming the 10,000 dragons diagram. When the 10,000 dragons diagram appeared, the immemorial creatures almost knelt on the ground. I don't believe it. It's fake. Die for me. King Qiyu roared. He also waved his fist, and a huge flame shadow soared into the sky, wanting to tear everything apart. In the sky, the 10,000 dragons diagram also fell crazily. Another earth-shattering collision. King Qiyu grunted and took 5 steps back. The blood in his body was boiling, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. It was completely suppressed by him. What? King Qiyu was forced to retreat. Everyone exclaimed. The immemorial creatures could not believe it. King Qiyu roared, "Kid, I want you dead." He could not bear it. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. 3 moves have passed, and you've been forced to retreat 5 steps. You've lost this battle. He stood with his hands behind his back, and he had no intention of attacking. However, the aura on his body became even colder. Nonsense. How could I lose? King Qiyu roared. The immemorial creatures of the Qiyu clan also snorted. What? You want to slap yourself in the face? Lin Xian sneered. When he said that, everyone shook their heads. Lin Xian said it in front of everyone. If King Qiyu did not admit it now, it would be humiliating. The other immemorial creatures would probably look down on the Qiyu clan. King Qiyu naturally thought of this, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. To be honest, he had been too careless. Previously, he had been full of confidence in himself, thinking that it was impossible for him to be forced back. Even if he defended passively, there wouldn't be any problems. How could he have imagined that his opponent would actually transform into an extreme weapon and launch an attack? He was forced to retreat. Although he wasn't injured, and although he was powerful, he couldn't make a move right now. This kind of feeling was really too sullen. Looking up to the sky, King Redwing roared. Endless flames surged from his body, turning into a divine bird that covered the sky. His cold eyes swept across the area. Good, very good. No one has ever been able to make me suffer. You are the first. I will remember you. Just you wait. The next time I see you, I will kill you with my own hands. Let's go. After saying that, he flapped his wings and flew forward with the archaic life form of the Redwing clan. The other archaic creatures also felt their scalps go numb. The other party was too strong, so strong that they were terrified. They didn't dare to provoke him. Therefore, the 10,000 ancient races quickly followed behind. The human cultivators were also shocked. Lin Xian landed and led the people of the Immortal Palace, Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu forward. How could this kid be so powerful? The previous saint of the Purple Dawn sacred land was terrified. His entire body was drenched in sweat. He was scared out of his wits. Just now, he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. The other party was too strong. He was so strong that it made him terrified. In front of him, Lin Xian and the others strode forward. However, when they reached the depths of the hall, they found that the 3 archaic theocrats had already disappeared. It seemed that the other party had left very quickly. Damn it, the Fire Qilin cave knew more information. If we followed him, it might have been easier. But now we have lost them. Now we have to figure everything out by ourselves. The Crimson Dragon frowned. Lin Xian also looked around. Indeed, the Fire Qilin cave knew more information. But even without the other party, it wasn't impossible for them to slowly figure it out. It just so happened that they could thoroughly understand the heavenly flame formation. This should be the end of the hall. They should be able to leave after pushing open this door. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the red door in front of him. His eyes flickered. The surrounding archaic creatures and human cultivators also walked up. When they saw the red door, their eyelids twitched wildly. Previously, the Yiksha race's prodigy wanted to force his way through the red door. In the end, he was inexplicably killed by a wisp of flame. That scene was still fresh in their minds. Seeing a similar red door, they didn't dare to move at all. There shouldn't be any danger. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left the nest of 10,000 dragons. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. He took the lead and walked out. The 9-yang divine body bloomed with light as he pressed his palm on the red door. Immediately, a terrifying flame appeared on the red door and enveloped him. It really appeared. The surrounding people exclaimed. Lin Xian was also shocked, but in the next moment he roared and resisted. He blocked it. When everyone saw this scene, they screamed again. That's right, Lin Xian blocked the terrifying flames on the red door. However, his situation wasn't good. He was completely surrounded by these flames, and it seemed that he would be burned to ashes at any moment. Temple Master, Peacock and the others exclaimed. Lin Xian's big brother, Murong Qingqing and the others were also worried. The archaic creatures sneered. This kid really didn't know what was good for him. He actually dared to touch this red door casually. Even if he was burned to death, it wouldn't be an injustice. If he dies, we can snatch the great dragon sword soul. These people had a good idea. Lin Xian shouted coldly. Strange flames? Just what I want. He needed that sort of flame to temper his 9 sons' divine flames to begin with. Thus, with a loud laugh, he began to completely unleash his cultivation technique. Soon, the red flames were refined, absorbed, and gradually disappeared. Seeing this scene, the archaic creatures frowned. No way, this kid can actually resist it? How strange. So what? I'll secretly attack him. A cold voice sounded. Then, Everyone felt their vision blur as if something had passed by. However, they couldn't detect it at all. Whoosh! The void behind Lin Xian split open, and a thin black sword pierced towards his head. This moment appeared very suddenly, and no one noticed it. When they saw it, it was too late to exclaim, "Go to hell!" A black shadow appeared. It was a woman with a hazy figure. The black sword in her hand stabbed down mercilessly and was about to pierce Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't dodge. Instead, he slammed his palm towards the red door in front of him. With a bang, endless red flames rushed out from the door and spread in all directions, enveloping the surroundings. Not good. Run. Seeing this scene, those people frantically retreated. The archaic creatures and human warriors also roared. They raised their domains to resist. Chapter 29:29. The red flames were too terrifying. They couldn't resist it at all. "You're courting death." In the air, the woman wrapped in flames also screamed. She didn't expect the other party to do this. It caught her off guard. The red flames pounced on the black slender sword, causing it to turn into a pool of black liquid and fall into the air. The woman also screamed. One of her arms melted, causing her to retreat in fear. However, Lin Xian wouldn't allow her to retreat. He swept his leg out like a coiling dragon, coiling around her body. The woman in the black mist and Lin Xian were both enveloped by the red flames that filled the sky. Ah, 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 ah. Miserable screams rang out, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. The primordial creatures were also terrified. This time, the red flames were twice as large as before. I'm afraid both of them are done for. As expected, the woman didn't last long before she stopped breathing. She must be a prodigy of the ghost race. What a pity. That's right. No one would have thought that Lin Xian would want to perish together with them. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. However, they were still a little excited. If they could burn Lin Xian to death. So what if one or two primordial prodigies died? Humph. Die together? You really think highly of yourself. Amidst the flames that filled the sky, a cold voice rang out. Everyone's scalps went numb. Damn it, that kid isn't dead yet. How is that possible? His physique shouldn't be so strong, right? Could it be that he broke through again? Lin Xian's body bloomed with the light of the 9 suns. The 9 suns' divine fire turned into vortexes and crazily absorbed the power of the red flames to temper his body. Every time he absorbed, a sharp light would appear on his body. However, after it healed, the 9 suns' divine body became even more terrifying. Soon, all the flames were completely absorbed by Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood there like a flaming god of war, and his presence was like a thunderbolt. This scene made everyone tremble. At the same time, their hearts burned with passion. The red flames had a strange energy. If Lin Xian could cultivate his physique, why couldn't they? Immediately, a few people stepped forward. Among them were a few ancient race prodigies. Leaf Daudenier, the crown prince of the Grand Xia, and the others all stepped forward. One, they bombarded the red door, attracting flames to temper their bodies. Others tried as well, but the 2 geniuses from the 5 Elements Palace were instantly burned, and their souls escaped. On the other side, the 3 ancient race beings were also screaming miserably. 2 of them were completely reduced to ashes, and even their souls did not escape. This scene was frightening. If one was not a top-notch genius, no one would dare to use such a flame to temper themselves. Wang, with a wave of his hand, Lin Xian took out the 9-layered pagoda and quickly absorbed the scarlet flames. This 9-floored pagoda was a half-step sacred artifact, and he had obtained it from the war race. At this moment, it was the best time to use it to collect the flames. After absorbing the endless flames, Lin Xian put away the pagoda and said, "Brother Yi, let's hurry up and leave. Otherwise, the good stuff would be taken away by those people." Indeed, the 3 ancient royal race prodigies had left, and so had the other ancient royal race prodigies. Yen Nantian, the #1 genius of the war race, and the others had all left. Therefore, they had to leave as soon as possible. Leif Daudenier, the crown prince, and the others nodded. Leif Daudenier took out a bronze cauldron and collected the flames. The others did the same. They could collect some of the flames on the way, or cultivate in the future. Only half-step sacred artifacts could receive the flames, because other than that, there was nothing else that could withstand the might of the flames. Next, Lin Xian, Leif Daudenier, and the others worked together to open the red door. Among them, Lin Xian's 9-yang divine fire bloomed. Leif Daudenier's body was overflowing with golden blood. One of them had the 9-yang divine body, while the other had the saint body. It could be said that they were two extremely powerful constitutions. The two of them were like gods of war. With a roar, they pushed the red door with all their might. In addition to the two of them, the Alcade sage was surrounded by fiend gods. He was abnormally terrifying, and he also punched out. Wu Qin was like an ancient Buddha, his body dancing with Buddhist light. In addition, the Daoi sage, Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu Wuhua, Gu Santong, and the other top geniuses all made their moves. The 10,000 ancient races were not idle either. They also made their moves. The 1,000 ghost race, blood moon race, stone race, and the other primordial royal races geniuses were all outstanding, and their auras were terrifying. The many geniuses worked together, and finally the red door slowly opened. Boom! 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 It finally opened. Everyone was incomparably excited. Lin Xian also looked forward. There was a very dark passage ahead, and the surrounding light could not shine in at all. However, they could not care less. Let's go. Lin Xian, Leif Daudenier, and the others took the lead. After they entered, they were like the sun in the darkness, shining in all directions. But soon, the light on their bodies dimmed. It could be said that they were suppressed. The people who came in later also exclaimed in surprise. They also encountered the same situation. In here, they could only illuminate a few meters around them. Any further, and they could not see anything at all. Humph! As more and more people entered, the primordial geniuses looked at Lin Xian and the others and sneered. Their eyes flashed with cold killing intent. In particular, the royal race from the Red Wing race looked at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. It seemed that they would not give up if they had the chance. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. His eyes were like rainbows as he looked around. The 10,000 ancient races were shocked. Many of them retracted their gazes, because they felt a biting, cold, killing intent explode from Lin Xian's eyes. Qingcheng, Qiu come over. Lin Xian called Murong Qingqing and Xinjing Qiu over. At the same time, the Crimson Dragon also rushed over. They gathered together. On the other side, Yi Wu Dao and Wu Qin also called the geniuses of their sacred ground families to prepare to leave together. Hey, kid, look at the wall. The Crimson Dragon looked around and suddenly pointed at the walls on both sides of the passage. Lin Xian also turned to look. Buzz. His pupils constricted. These runes, are they runes or Dao runes? He did not know. The walls were covered with dense runes. They were very mysterious and made one dizzy at a glance. Lin Xian felt a mysterious energy coming from these runes. What a mysterious rune! The Crimson Dragon was also amazed. As he spoke, he waved his dragon claw and pressed it against the wall. Buzz! His dragon blood surged, and red light flowed quickly along the runes. One rune after another flickered. A terrifying energy slowly spread out. The entire space seemed to solidify, as if it was going to crush everyone. Damn, what the hell? The Crimson Dragon was shocked. He quickly released his dragon claw, and the terrifying energy instantly disappeared. This made him feel a lingering fear. The others were also shocked. They looked at Lin Xian. They were looking at the wall. There was something on the wall. Chapter 2930. The primordial beasts and human sky prides all looked at the wall. The passage was very long, so they could see the wall without fighting for it. There were runes on the wall. Heavens, were these Tao runes? What profound runes! They all tried. When they channeled their energy into the runes, a terrifying aura spread out, as if some peerless beast was about to awaken. They quickly took action. However, some didn't believe it. One of the top sky prides from the unfettered sect continued to channel his energy. In the end, his body exploded into a bloody mist. He was killed by the runes on the wall. On the other side, a powerhouse from the Stone tribe was the same. The Stone clan was a king clan, possessing boundless strength and powerful bodies. It was terrifying and heaven-defying. However, one of their sky prides was killed in an instant. This scene made the primordial beasts tremble. They knew that the runes on the wall were too terrifying and couldn't be touched easily. Otherwise, they would end up in a miserable state. The crimson dragon shrunk its neck. It was too dangerous. Fortunately, Ben Huang was quick-witted. Indeed, if he hadn't released his dragon claw, he would have ended up in a miserable state. On the side, Lin Xian sucked in a deep breath, his expression grave. Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu were also astonished. Yi Wudao Wuqin and the others were even more so. They stared at the runes in front of them, wanting to see the secret behind them. Heaven Fire City was really strange. Just a single passage contained such a terrifying killing intent. Once the runes were activated, none of us would be able to resist it. A sky pride from the Blood Moon tribe frowned. The other sky prides nodded. That was indeed the case. Although they were arrogant and didn't put anything in their eyes, they still felt a trace of fear in front of this mysterious passage. Needless to say, the sky prides of the human race were even more terrified. This time, not only were the current generation saints here, but even the previous generation's saints were here. They were all under 500 years old, but their strength was comparable to the current generation saints. There were too many of them. Some of them weren't inferior to the primordial sky prides. At this moment, they quickly took 2 steps back to distance themselves from the runes. Let's hurry up and leave. This place is too strange. Let's leave the passage and see what's ahead. When these words were spoken, many people cried out in alarm, wanting to leave as soon as possible. However, Lin Xian, Leaf Daodenier, and the others didn't leave. Lin Xian looked at the mysterious runes on the wall, his eyes flickering. The Crimson Dragon at the side also said, "If we can use these runes, who will be our opponent?" It turned out that Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were after the mysterious runes. Indeed, if they could release such a terrifying rune attack with just a wave of their hands, there probably wouldn't be many people in Sky Fire City who could be their match. That's easy. Although the runes are complicated, it's not difficult for us to figure them out with our strength. Murong Qingqing said from the side, "Shen Jingqiu, let me try." A purple glow appeared in her eyes as she stared at the wall in front of her. She wanted to comprehend the runes, but soon she puffed up her cheeks. No, she couldn't remember it or comprehend it. What the hell is this? Xin Jingqiu was very dissatisfied. Her talent was extremely high. She could learn all the martial arts in the sacred ground in one go. But now, she couldn't comprehend or use these runes. Not only her, but the top geniuses around her also began to try. Even some of the Archean geniuses had the idea of using the runes. But soon, cries of surprise sounded in the passage. Damn it, I can't comprehend it either. Not only can I comprehend it, I can't even remember it. Damn it, there's something wrong with these runes. They were very familiar when I looked at them, but when I looked away, my mind went blank. It seems like they can cut off the connection between us. Lin Xian also frowned. He tried, and found that the runes were deeply imprinted in his mind. But when he turned around and tried to use his spiritual power to create the runes, he found that his mind was blank. The Crimson Dragon tried a few times, but failed. He was so anxious that he stomped his feet. Damn it, this can't be a Dao rune, right? If it was Daowin, then it was understandable. With their current strength and vision, they couldn't understand it, because it was the means of a sage. It wasn't a Dao rune. However, even if they didn't know the runes, they weren't far from it. It seemed that they couldn't use these mysterious runes. Yi Wudao sighed, his eyes full of disappointment. On the other side, Wu Qin also shook his head and sighed. The All-Cade sage's expression was solemn. He was silent, and the light on his body became even brighter. On the other side, the Blood Moon race, Blue Ghoul race, and Yiksha race's geniuses were the same. They said in a deep voice that they would try one last time. If it didn't work, they would give up immediately. There were many treasures in Sky Flame City. There was no need for them to waste too much time here for a passage. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Golden light bloomed in his eyes as he activated the heavenly secret divine eyes. In addition to the 9-yang divine body and dragon sword soul, he had an even more terrifying eye technique. Heavenly secret divine eyes. So at this moment, Lin Xian used the heavenly secret divine eyes to forcibly memorize these mysterious runes. Buzz! Buzz! In his eyes, the golden runes kept spinning, forming strange patterns. Fortunately, the surrounding geniuses were trying their best to memorize the runes on the wall. Otherwise, they would have screamed when they saw Lin Xian's eyes. The reason for that was because Lin Xian's eyes were simply too mysterious. They were like gods. Xin Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing were also shocked. The Crimson Dragon was also shocked. He hurriedly set up a formation to cover this strange scene. Gradually, the golden light in Lin Xian's eyes disappeared. He frowned, took out a few soul recovery pills from the black earth, and quickly swallowed them. "Kid, how are you?" the Crimson Dragon asked. Beside him, Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu were also concerned. Lin Xian shook his head. "I'm fine. I just used some soul energy." "Did you memorize it?" "I memorized 3. These runes are too strange and mysterious. I can only memorize 3 with the heavenly secret divine eyes. I'm very suspicious. Who carved these runes? They're probably not weaker than a sage." Indeed, 3 was his limit now. This was also because he had the heavenly secret divine eyes. He probably couldn't memorize any of the others. If he wanted to forcibly memorize them, he would probably use up too much of his soul energy. In such a place, it was very dangerous to have a weak soul. So Lin Xian decisively gave up. Memorizing 3 runes was already an unexpected surprise for him. Big brother Lin Xian is so powerful. I can't remember any of them. Xin Jingqiu pouted her lips and said. Lin Xian smiled and rubbed her head. "Let's go." Chapter 2931. Since Lin Xian was the only one who could remember the runes, there was no need for them to stay here any longer. Therefore, everyone walked forward. As expected, other than Lin Xian, even people as strong as Yi Wudao and the All-Cade Sage had given up. On the other side, the primordial creatures were also roaring. Damn it! One of the Yiksha prodigies was so angry that he attacked the passageway like a madman. He wanted to destroy the entire passageway. An earth-shattering force surged toward him. It was as if the punch could destroy the world. Boom! The punch landed on the wall, and the runes on it began to dance. The Yiksha prodigy was instantly killed. This scene caused everyone to be alarmed. The Crimson Dragon sneered. "No, you're courting death." "What did you say?" The sky prides of the Yiksha tribe turned their heads and glared at him. They had just lost another prodigy, and their hearts were bleeding. Now, someone dared to mock them? Did he want to die? "What did I say?" "I said that you're idiots." The Crimson Dragon said disdainfully, "These runes contain unfathomable power. Do you think you can destroy them? If you want to die, you can. But what if you activate all the runes in the passageway? Who would be able to resist then? Are you trying to drag everyone down with you?" The dark red divine dragon roared at the end of its sentence. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. That's right. They looked at the Yikshas with unfriendly expressions. These yikshaws are arrogant and crazy. What if they really attack the passageway? If they activate all the runes in the passageway, no one will be able to resist them. Damn it, they're a bunch of lunatics. The human prodigies muttered softly. The primordial creatures also tried to dissuade them. They did not want to die here for no reason. The yikshaws were so angry that they trembled. However, they were the center of attention now, so they could not attack. They were arrogant, but they were not fools. Fighting against all the geniuses by themselves? They would never do such a thing. So they snorted coldly. Fine, kid. I'll remember you. You still want to use a dragon like you? Just you wait. One day, I'll tear you apart with my own hands. I'll have a taste of dragon meat. The Yiksha prodigies stared at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon ferociously. Why wait? There's a chance now. The Red Wing prodigies also sneered. Everyone's hearts pounded wildly. Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, was angry. What? You want to fight? Your King Chiyu is not here. Be careful, or he will kill you all. That was indeed the case. In order to chase after the Fire Dragon King, the 7th Generation Master, and the others, the Red Feather King had left in advance. Although the Red Wing clan had their own prodigies, without the Red Wing King, the dark red godly dragon would not be afraid of them. Arrogant. Crimson's Crimson Dragon too. That's right. Don't think that you can show off just because you forced Crimson Dragon to retreat. Crimson Dragon was defending passively. Moreover, if Crimson Dragon attacked with his full strength, do you think you can defeat him? The prodigies from the Red Wing tribe sneered. Even if our king isn't here, we can still kill you. Kid, it's time for you to die. One of the prodigies from the Red Wing tribe sneered. He waved his arm, and a fiery red light surged into the runes on the wall. Boom! The runes flew forward and enveloped Lin Xian. Damn it! He's using someone else to do his dirty work. That works too? Many people exclaimed and retreated. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Qing Cheng Chiu a retreat. His body shone brightly, forming a fire qilin that charged forward. He did not expect his opponent to use such a method to communicate with the runes on the wall. At the same time, Lin Xian used the yin-yang steps. His speed was extremely fast, and he turned into an afterimage on the spot. A strand of runes floated in the sky, piercing through the fire qilin and shattering Lin Xian's afterimage. How terrifying! Even Lin Xian's attack could be easily shattered. How terrifying were the runes on the wall! The prodigies were terrified. At the same time, they were surprised. They did not expect the prodigies from the Red Wing tribe to be so powerful. They could even think of using someone else to kill. Doesn't that mean we can use it too? Some of the prodigies from the human race were overjoyed. They were prepared to use the same move. Perhaps they could kill a few prodigies from the Archean era. However, after trying for a while, their faces darkened because they realized that it was not easy to get someone else to do the dirty work for them. It seemed that the prodigies from the Red Wing tribe were stronger than they had imagined. They were definitely a terrifying tribe. Kid, how dare you provoke the Red Wing tribe? Today is the day you die. One of the prodigies laughed maniacally. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. How dare they try to kill me? It seems that the lesson I taught them was not enough. How dare you provoke me? Do you think I'll let you go? He replied coldly. Good kid, you're really arrogant. However, don't even think about using the runes on the wall to fight me. I don't think you can do it. The prodigy from the Red Wing tribe sneered. Shameless. What's the point of using the runes on the wall? If you're so capable, fight Big Brother Lin Xian fairly. Shen Jingqiu snorted coldly from behind. What do you know, little human girl? The winner is the king. As long as I kill him, I can use whatever I want. The prodigy from the Red Wing tribe was not ashamed at all. Instead, he was proud of it. Looks like you really want to die. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian's body was also surging with killing intent. His patience had reached its limit. As soon as he said that, The surrounding people were shocked. What? Does Lin Xian want to fight? Can he really fight against the runes on the wall? What a joke! None of the people there had the confidence to fight against him. Even Yi Wudao furrowed his brows. It's not wise to fight him now. The faces of the people from the Red Wing tribe darkened. Their bodies trembled. The other party is too arrogant. We already know how to kill with a borrowed knife. Yet he still dares to show off in front of us? Does he really think we don't dare to kill him? So what if he's the master of the Immortal Hall? We'll kill him without hesitation. Go to hell, kid! The prodigy from the Red Wing tribe roared crazily. He couldn't stand Lin Xian's arrogance. Therefore, he activated the runes on the wall again, wanting to kill with a borrowed knife. Buzz! The runes on the wall lit up and flew toward Lin Xian. The void shattered, and the terrifying energy caused the entire passage to shake. The surrounding prodigies of the human and Archean races trembled and retreated frantically. They were afraid of being affected. Many people were so shocked that they knelt down on the ground, trembling. Be careful, Big Brother Xian. Murong Qingqing and the others also cried out in alarm. They were extremely nervous. There was nothing they could do. The runes were too terrifying, and the energy they contained was unfathomable. Now that the Red Wing tribe was using a borrowed knife to kill, its power was incomparably terrifying. Even the young Archean kings couldn't block it. Chapter 2932. That kid is dead meat. Many primordial paragons sneered. That's right, he definitely won't be able to stop them. There was no doubt about it. Those people revealed sinister smiles because they had wanted to kill Lin Xian for a long time. But many of them did not have the strength to do so. Now, it was worth celebrating that they could use the mysterious rune to kill him. Lin Xian's expression was cold. To be honest, he did not expect the Red Wing race's prodigy to be able to borrow the power of the rune. It was really surprising. At the same time, he made up his mind to kill him. The Red Wing race controlled the power of fire and had a mysterious bloodline. Their potential was terrifying. Now that they were his enemies, he naturally would not give them any more chances. With a sway of his body, Lin Xian used the yin-yang steps and rushed forward. In an instant, he created countless doppelgangers in the passage. What? He's rushing over? Many people exclaimed, and the Archean creatures felt their scalps go numb. Impossible! How dare he rush over? Does he have a death wish? They could not believe that Lin Xian should be trembling and running away in the face of such a terrifying rune. However, Lin Xian did the opposite and directly rushed toward the mysterious rune. Does that kid think he can fight against the mysterious rune? What a joke! You overestimate yourself. It's a miracle that you're still alive. But now you can die. The Red Wing race's prodigy laughed sinisterly. He did not think that Lin Xian could fight against the mysterious rune. He speculated that even the young, invincible realm cultivator would not be able to fight against it. Moreover, even if that kid had a half-step sage artifact, he would not be able to fight against it. That was because the power of the rune was too terrifying. He had tried before, but half-step sage artifacts did not work. Therefore, in his opinion, Lin Xian was definitely going to die. Lin Xian rose into the air. Light bloomed from his body, making him look like a god of death. He waved his hand, and a white hand bone flew out of the black earth to meet the attack. The hand bone was infused with power, and it immediately erupted with a terrifying aura. Boom! Many people were pressed to the ground, their bodies trembling. Damn it! The aura of a sage. Heavens, what did I do? Could it be that he has a sage artifact? These people are crazy. Half-step sage tools couldn't block the dreadful runes. However, sage tools could certainly block them. No, with his strength, there was no way he could activate a sacred artifact. The ancient life forms screamed as well. That was indeed the case. Normally, only people at the sect master level could activate a sacred tool. Even though they were peerless geniuses right now, it was still a little difficult for them to wield sage weapons. He reckoned that his energy would be depleted in just a few moves. At that time, he would be at the mercy of others. Therefore, even if he had a sacred artifact, it would not be of much use. But if it wasn't a saint artifact, then what was it? That power was too terrifying. It made people tremble. It was not the slightest bit inferior to the aura emitted by the mysterious runes. Bone, it was a section of bone. Could it be the bones of a saint? One of the stone tribe's geniuses exclaimed. What? The bones of a saint? This kid actually had such a thing in his hands. They were surprised. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a trump card. No wonder he was fearless in the face of the mysterious rune. Boom! In the void, the sound of an intense collision rang out as the space shattered. However, the saint's hand bone managed to block the attack of the mysterious runes. Humph! Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. On the other side, the Red-Winged tribe's genius trembled and his expression became extremely ugly. Damn it, he blocked it. His opponent actually had a way to block the attack of the runes. His heart gradually sank. He had miscalculated. The biggest reason he dared to fight Lin Xian was because of the talisman characters on the stone wall. In his opinion, he could easily kill Lin Xian as long as he borrowed someone else's knife. He didn't expect Lin Xian to have the bones of a saint to block the mysterious runes. If he were to face Lin Xian directly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Whoosh! In an instant, Lin Xian appeared in front of the Red-Winged tribe's genius and grabbed his head with a large golden hand. Get lost! The Red-Winged tribe's genius roared and threw out a terrifying fiery fist. Light flickered and shot up into the sky. However, it was mercilessly extinguished by the large golden hand. In just one move, the Red-Winged tribe's genius's arm exploded. Blood gushed out and he screamed in agony. The Red-Winged tribe's genius screamed crazily. No, you can't kill me. I can't kill you? Give me a reason. Lin Xian sneered. The young king of the Red-Winged tribe is right here. If you kill me, our King Redwing will not let you off. King Redwing? Is that what you're relying on? To tell you the truth, I'm not afraid of him. If he dares to cause trouble, I'll definitely kill him. Lin Xian's voice was cold. At the same time, the large golden hand fell and smashed the Red-Winged tribe's genius into pieces. Buzz! At the same time, a dragon-shaped sword Qi rushed out of his body and turned into a giant dragon. It carried an astonishing power and destroyed the Red-Winged tribe's genius's soul. No! The other arcane creatures of the Red-Winged tribe screamed crazily, but they couldn't stop it. They could only watch as the genius of their tribe fell. Damn it, you killed our genius. You're dead meat. Our King Redwing will never let you off. We'll tear you into pieces. They screamed crazily. Noisy! Lin Xian snorted and waved his hand, slapping many of the Red-Winged tribe's creatures away. More than half of their bones were broken, and they screamed on the ground. If you dare to make another sound, I'll kill you all. Lin Xian stared at the primordial life forms of the Red-Wing race. Those primordial life forms trembled, and their faces were filled with fear. Although it was painful, no one dared to do it again. Lin Xian looked at them with disdain and ignored them. The surrounding people were terrified. Lin Xian was too strong. King Redwing was in Skyfire City, and he dared to attack the Red-Wing tribe's people. Could it be that he could really fight against King Redwing? Impossible. Although he had forced King Redwing back, King Redwing was only defending. If he really fought with all his strength, he definitely wouldn't be King Redwing's opponent. King Redwing was a genius who could compete with the three immemorial theocrats. How could this human be able to stop him? The crowd discussed. They felt that Lin Xian was too arrogant. Lin Xian was still fearless. He didn't want to attack these people in the first place. However, these Red-Wing tribe's creatures were too arrogant. They wanted to kill him several times. Did they think he was easy to bully? They wanted to attack him? They had to pay the price. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and led the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the Immortal Palace's warriors forward. No one dared to stop them. The others also left. After all, they couldn't remember these mysterious runes. It was useless to stay here any longer. They might as well go deeper. After walking for about 2 hours, they finally reached the end of the passage. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. The passage was too oppressive. If they were careless, they would be killed by the mysterious runes. Chapter 2933. But fortunately they had left. At the end of the passage was another hall. It was much smaller than the first one, and there were no corpses or broken weapons inside. It was very clean, and there was only something that looked like an array platform there. Is it an array formation? Everyone was shocked, and many of them looked forward with flickering eyes. Why does it look like a teleportation array? Is it? I think so too. Where are we teleporting to? Could it be the next area? These people discussed animatedly. They didn't know where the teleportation array would teleport them to. Would they be teleported to the 3rd Street or directly out of Sky Flame City? Therefore, for a moment, everyone just watched and didn't act rashly. Moreover, they still had a doubt in their hearts. Is this really a teleportation array? This place was incomparably strange, and they didn't dare to be 100% sure. Look, why are the runes on this array formation so similar to the ones in the passage? An archaic sky pride pointed at the array formation in front of them and screamed in horror. The others looked carefully and sucked in a breath of cold air. Indeed, fortunately they didn't act rashly. Otherwise, they might have been killed mercilessly. It's definitely a terrifying trap. Lin Xian also frowned. His eyes flickered as he asked, Roussillon, is it dangerous? The Crimson Dragon swam around the array formation quickly. The runes on it were similar to the ones in the passage, but their functions should be different. It seemed that this was really a teleportation array. Moreover, the teleportation distance wasn't too far. They probably weren't teleporting out of Sky Flame City, but to the next area. After all, the Crimson Dragon was an expert in array formations, so it came to this conclusion after studying it for a while. After hearing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that those people should have left through this array formation. Although that was what he thought, the others didn't leave that way. After all, they didn't see it with their own eyes. Who knew how those people left before? Since that's the case, let's use the teleportation array. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. It seemed that this was the only way now. Everyone else remained silent. Even the sky prides of the human race were frowning. This was because they didn't really believe Lin Xian's words, let alone the ancient creatures. Who knew if this was a trap set up by the other party to kill them? Lin Xian sneered when he saw the suspicious looks on their faces. Let's go up the arena. He called out to Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and Immortal Palace's people, preparing to ascend the arena. Seeing the actions of Lin Xian and the others, the human martial artists were shocked. As for the ancient life forms, their complexions changed. They quickly discussed, and the geniuses of the Yiksha race walked up. Wait, why? Do you have something to say? Lin Xian asked with a frown. The genius from the Yiksha race snorted coldly. Of course there was something. Why should they leave first? Right? There are so many king clans here. So it shouldn't be your Immortal Palace's turn. As soon as he said this, Lin Xian's expression darkened, and the Crimson Dragon spat out its saliva. F***CK, you guys are shameless. Previously, all of you were afraid of death and didn't dare to step forward. Now you want to be the first to leave. Are you dogs? You're courting death. The geniuses of the Yiksha race roared angrily, but no matter what, they would not allow the other party to leave first. Firstly, it seemed that this was really a teleportation array. What if Lin Xian and the others went to the other side first and destroyed the other teleportation array? They would never be able to cross over. Was the teleportation array that easy to destroy? Lin Xian transmitted his voice. The Crimson Dragon said. It was fine. They wouldn't be able to destroy it, even if they attacked it for a year. The mysterious runes were used to protect the array. All right, Lin Xian was relieved. Since you want to leave, you can be the first to leave. As he said that, he stood to the side and sneered at the other party. A bad premonition arose in their hearts. Damn it, could it really be a trap? But this kid's acting was too realistic. Was he trying to bait them? For a moment, the geniuses of the Yiksha race were in a dilemma. They were stunned. The disdain in Lin Xian's eyes grew stronger. These primordial geniuses were really afraid of death. If they didn't even dare to take this little risk, how could they compete for the throne? No need. Let them go first. Yes, let this kid scout the way first. A few voices sounded from the crowd. One of them was a genius from the stone race. He was tall, and his body was also covered in runes. His powerful aura caused the space to tremble. The stone race was one of the top royal races in the far ancient era, so their words carried a lot of weight. The other person who spoke was pitch black with white runes flickering on his body. He was from the Black Tiger race, which was also one of the terrifying royal races. Lin Xian glanced at the two of them and realized that their auras were very powerful. They should be top geniuses. In the next moment, he retracted his gaze and said, "In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Brother Yi, Brother Gu, I'll be leaving first." Lin Xian cupped his fists at Yi Wudao and the others. Then he led the Crimson Dragon, Murong Qingcheng, Shan Jingqiu, and the cultivators of the Immortal Palace onto the teleportation platform. After dropping a few divine crystals, the teleportation array was activated. Terrifying runes spun and wrapped around them. Did Chuansong leave? Everyone watched nervously. They wanted to see if Lin Xian was in danger. However, in the next moment they screamed, because they realized that the runes on the platform were quickly floating and spreading. The entire hall was completely enveloped. Not good. What's going on? They looked at the mysterious runes flickering under their feet and the terrifying spatial power they emitted. They were extremely shocked. Damn it, why are we being teleported to? The primordial geniuses were stunned. Yi Wudao, the Alcade sage, and the others' pupils shrank. Not good, it's really a trap. Immortal King descends to the 9 heavens. Yi Wudao roared angrily. A golden immortal king rushed out of his body, holding a bronze cauldron. It instantly covered him and the cultivators of the Yi family. On the other side, Dustless shot out a Buddha phantom. Buddhist runes filled the sky and enveloped the people of the Buddhist sect. The Alcate sage also shot out a dragon-pattern cauldron replica. 2 black dragons circled around him and the cultivators of the Alcade sacred land. In an instant, everyone took out their trump cards. The 10,000 ancient races also activated their bloodline power and took out terrifying treasures to cover their bodies. In the next moment, the surrounding space shattered and countless black holes appeared, swallowing these people. Damn it, what's going on? In the arena, Lin Xian and the others were also stunned. Will they be fine? Murong Qingqing and Shan Jingqiu's faces were pale, while the Crimson Dragon's mouth twitched. Damn it, there's actually a hidden mystery in this array. This platform should only be the key part in the center. In fact, the entire hall was a teleportation array. Only then did the Crimson Dragon realize. The person who set up the array is too exquisite. I can't see through it for a while. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Would they be teleported together with these people? Chapter 2934. No one knew. In the next moment, they felt a surge of spatial energy wrap around them. Then they disappeared as well. Whoosh! The world spun, and Lin Xian and the others appeared on the street. The fiery red street was burning with raging flames, and the surrounding tall buildings were all wrapped in flames. The fire aura here was stronger than before. However, the style was still the same. It seemed that they had been teleported to the next area. After Lin Xian and the others came out, they quickly recovered and looked around. Murong Qingsheng also said that it must have been those runes that protected US. But I wonder if those people are okay or not. Hee hee. It would be best if we could kill those 10,000 ancient races and teach them a lesson. The Crimson Dragon sneered. At the same time, figures appeared in other areas of the fiery area. Roar! The golden immortal king roared, and the bronze cauldron suppressed the surroundings, but it had dimmed a lot. Fortunately, no one was injured. Yi Wudao heaved a sigh of relief. On the other side, Dustless and the Alcade Sage also came out. They had also been affected, but their losses were minimal. However, the other sacred grounds and sects had suffered some injuries. Some were even seriously injured. It was the same for the 10,000 ancient races. Many primordial beings were injured. They were so angry that they vomited blood. Ah, damn brat, I won't let you off. Lin Xian, I'll tear you to pieces. It's a trap. I told you it was a trap. The Yaksha race and the Blood Moon race roared crazily. At this moment, their killing intent was overflowing. They couldn't wait to find Lin Xian and kill him immediately. Brat, where are we going? The Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian looked around and saw a fiery tower in the distance. It was very eye-catching. Let's go to that building. In the second area, they had gone to a fiery palace, and now there was a fiery tower. Perhaps it was a place similar to the fire shrine. All right, let's go from there. The group walked in that direction. Yi Wudao and the other geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races also headed for the fiery tower. The flaming tower had a total of 19 floors. It was extraordinarily mighty and shot straight into the clouds. It was like a gigantic flaming mountain, with flames surging up to the heavens. At this moment, there were already several figures standing below the flaming tower. Some of these figures belonged to the human race, while others belonged to the 10,000 ancient races. But without exception, the information on them was abnormally powerful. One of them was covered in fiery red feathers that tore through the void. It was King Redfeather of the Crimson Moon clan. At this moment, King Redfeather's face didn't look good. Damn it, he was still shaken off by those guys. The person next to him was as black as ink. He had 2 demon horns on his head and a black ghost sword on his back. His aura was ice cold, as if he was a demon from hell. His gaze was deep, as if he could see through everything. There's nothing we can do about it. That damned fire Qilin cave knows a lot. The 3 great imperial clans are working together to shake us off and leave us behind. However, they shouldn't be too fast. They should only be 1 region ahead of us. I think they should know where the heavenly flame is. A beautiful woman said in a delicate voice. She was very beautiful, and her figure was even more graceful. One could say that she had the body of a devil and the face of an angel. However, there was a silver tail on her back. That tail seemed to be made of steel and had a cold metallic luster. She was a sky pride of the Scorpio race. The few top prodigies frowned because they felt that the longer they delayed, the further they would be from the top prodigies of the ancient imperial clans. If the other party obtained the heavenly flame, they would have to return empty-handed. Yes, someone is coming. The sky pride of the Scorpio race turned his head to look. The other prodigies also turned their heads. Indeed, someone had appeared. Countless streaks of light tore through the void and rushed over. These people were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they were nearby. These people aren't slow. The few prodigies snorted. The people who rushed over were none other than Lin Xian and the others. There were humans and ancient beasts. When they arrived at the flaming tower, they were also stunned. There were people. They didn't expect that there would be people below the flaming tower. It seemed that they had arrived earlier than them. The Archean prodigies, as well as the human warriors, narrowed their eyes. He naturally saw those people. At the same time, he also saw the tall scarlet feather king surrounded by flames. Swoosh! Swoosh! These people landed on the surrounding streets and looked ahead cautiously. The few top prodigies looked at these people and frowned. A bunch of ants. I say, Why don't we join forces to clear the field first? The woman from the Scorpio race said coldly. Scarlet Feather King and the others nodded and prepared to take action. However, before they could move, a few figures ran over. These figures were covered in flames. They flapped their wings and arrived in front of Scarlet Feather King. They knelt down on one knee and bawled their eyes out. This scene had all the top geniuses of the ancient immortal realm stunned. Scarlet Feather King was also stunned. Then his face turned gloomy. Damn it. Stand up. Why are you crying? His face turned black because this was too embarrassing. The Scarlet Feather race was also a royal race. They were extremely powerful. Now his people were crying out loud. This made him feel like he had lost all his face. These Scarlet Feather race archaic creatures stood up. However, their eyes were still crying and their feathers were shaking. Your Majesty, you must avenge us. That's right. Kill that kid. Kill that Lin Xian. Their faces turned hideous. They pointed at Lin Xian and trembled. What's going on? Scarlet Feather King frowned. Did something happen? He looked at the few of them and suddenly asked, why is one person missing? He realized that other than these archaic creatures, another prodigy was missing. That prodigy was highly valued. Our prodigy was killed by that kid. The Scarlet Feather race archaic creatures cried. He was killed. The few top prodigies were stunned. Scarlet Feather King roared. In the next moment, his eyes shone with a sharp light. His body was filled with killing intent. What did you say? This kid killed our prodigy? Lin Xian, I want you dead. Scarlet Feather King raised his head. His eyes were cold as he shouted. The martial artists were so shocked that they almost fell to the ground. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. Previously, he already had the intention to kill this brat. He was prepared to make a move and kill him when he saw him again. Who would have thought that before he could do anything, Lin Xian had already killed one of their prodigies? Previously, he had suspected that 3 of their prodigies were killed by Lin Xian. However, there was no evidence. Now, there was finally conclusive evidence. How dare you kill our prodigy? That's right. Now that the evidence is conclusive, let's see how you deny it. With Scarlet Feather King backing them, the Scarlet Feather race archaic creatures roared crazily. Lin Xian was extremely calm. So what if I killed him? He deserved to die. He wanted to sneak attack me in the dark tunnel. Do you think I won't fight back? Chapter 2935. That's not a reason. If the Red-Winged tribe wants to kill you, you have to stretch out your neck and accept your death. How dare you fight back? I'll tear you into pieces. Lord Redwing did not care at all. It was not his tribe that attacked first. Lord Redwing was so powerful that he could kill anyone he wanted in one move. If you dare to resist, you have to die. Hearing that, the human prodigies felt their scalps go numb. He's too arrogant. He's simply bullying us. However, did Lin Xian look so easy to bully? Sure enough, Lin Xian sneered. How overbearing. Do I have to stretch out my neck to die just because you want to kill me? What a joke. To tell you the truth, I was the one who killed the 3 Red-Winged tribe prodigies. Why? Do you want to kill me? If you don't like it, come and bite me. Lin Xian was also angry. His opponent was too arrogant and did not take him seriously at all. He did not plan to let this enemy go. I'll settle everything today. Good boy, you admit it. I won't let you go for killing my prodigies. Now die. With a roar, Lord Redwing attacked mercilessly. He was embarrassed when he was pushed back by his opponent. So now he attacked with a fatal blow. His arms were covered in red feathers. Flames overflowed into the sky, and light shone brilliantly. He turned into a divine bird and swooped down. The divine bird was extraordinarily mighty. It was 100 feet long and covered the sky. With a wave of its claws, it tore through the void. The surrounding people hurriedly retreated. Just the aura alone was enough to make their bodies split open. I'm not afraid of you. Do you really think you can show off in front of me just because you're an invincible king? Lin Xian also shouted angrily. The 9 suns' divine fire on his body surged. His palm turned into a golden crow and charged forward. The golden crow and the divine bird collided in the sky. In an instant, the two of them exchanged more than 30 moves. Each move was earth-shattering. So this is Lord Redwing? He's too powerful, the prodigies on the human side exclaimed. The previous generation's saints and the previous generation's saints had solemn expressions. Many of them were trembling, and the qi and blood in their bodies had frozen. Of course, what shocked them even more was that Lin Xian was able to contend with King Qiyu. Lin Xian was not at a disadvantage. How could this brat have such formidable strength? Those archaic life forms trembled. The top prodigies of the sky, scorpion race, and the stone race also frowned. This brat was a great enemy, and he had to get rid of him quickly. With Red Feather King attacking, he would definitely be killed. Indeed, the Red Feather King was powerful. His bloodline was heaven-defying, and he was an invincible king. His strength was far beyond the human race. The reason why this kid could fight back now was because Red Feather King did not use his trump card. Kill! Lin Xian roared in front of him. He waved his hand, and 10 golden crows appeared. They connected with each other and formed a Tao diagram. He rushed over and trapped the divine bird. The divine bird spread its wings, but it was firmly suppressed. Many cracks appeared on its surface. How could this be? Red Feather King was shocked. His opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. He never thought that his opponent would be able to contend with him. He had never fought with Lin Xian before. In his opinion, so what if his opponent was famous? However, the archaic prodigies he had challenged before were all weak. He was a true invincible king. Once he made a move, he would definitely be able to defeat the other party. Previously, he was forced to take 3 of Lin Xian's moves. Although it was embarrassing, he did not take it seriously. He was only passively defending. If he really attacked, how could his opponent be his opponent? But they had already exchanged more than 50 moves. He did not hold back in any of them. Even so, his opponent was still able to withstand them. His opponent's strength had even numbed his arm. Now there were cracks on his body. This was not something that could be explained by underestimating his opponent. This meant that his opponent's strength was far beyond his imagination. This brat could not be left alive. He had to be killed. Red Feather King's killing intent surged. His opponent was too terrifying. If he was allowed to continue growing, he would definitely become a powerful enemy in the future. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him. Buzz! Thinking of this, a fiery red light appeared on Red Feather King's body. His strength suddenly erupted. The divine bird also let out a furious roar and shattered the 10 golden crow illusions. However, in the next moment, the divine bird's illusions disappeared. Lin Xian and Red Feather King both retreated 10 steps and faced each other. They were evenly matched. They were really evenly matched. Yes, he could actually contend with Red Feather King. It was too unbelievable. The surrounding martial artists screamed. The archaic creatures looked as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He had to admit that Red Feather King was indeed strong. He had the right to be arrogant. His opponent's strength was even above Bai Qianshan's. He was indeed a young, invincible king. You're strong. You deserve my full strength, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. What? Full strength? Once these words came out, everyone went crazy. What did he mean? Weren't those ferocious attacks from before all of them? They could not believe it. Red Feather King snorted. Brat, don't be so arrogant. Next, I'll let you see my ultimate move. Is that so? I'm looking forward to it. Lin Xian's eyes turned cold. His aura suddenly erupted. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared, and a terrifying sword qi soared into the sky. Damn it! His aura became stronger again. Red Feather King's pupils shrank. He realized that his opponent was not bluffing. He could actually increase his strength. Humph! Die! Red Feather King roared and waved his hands. His hands turned into the red feathered divine bird again. This time, the divine bird was incomparably real. It was as if a real archaic beast had been resurrected. With a cry, it tore through the void. Red Feather Divine Claw. This was the Red Feather Clan's super powerful ability. This was their bloodline ability. Many archaic Sky Prides screamed. Even the top Sky Prides of the Stone Clan and Scorpio Clan looked solemn. It seemed that Red Feather King was really angry. Brett, you're dead. Red Feather King revealed a sinister smile. However, in the next moment, his pupils shrank and his figure retreated. At the same time, his face became incomparably ferocious. Get lost! Because just as he used the Red Feather Divine Claw, the void split open. A biting cold sword light slashed directly at him, wanting to split him in half. In shock, he quickly retreated and waved his Red Feather Divine Claw. In an instant, dozens of archaic divine bird phantoms flew out and attacked the sword light. Boom! 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 Energy exploded, and tens of thousands of auras surged. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. The surrounding people frantically retreated. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the dozens of archaic divine bird phantoms were cut into pieces. That sword chi was too sharp. It was like an eternal divine light. It was unstoppable. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed. After shattering dozens of divine claws, the sword light once again shot towards King Red Feather in an extremely cold manner. Ah! Red Feather King roared. The divine wings on his back turned into a heavenly blade and slashed at the void, deflecting the sword light. At the same time, he soared into the sky with flames on his body. Chapter 2936. Damn, brat, you've completely angered me. Scarlet Moon King roared. Is that so? Not only will I anger you, but I'll also kill you. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The 9 suns divine fire formed a flaming divine sword. 9 suns split the sky. The sword slashed out. An entire world seemed to be split apart. At this moment, even the top prodigies trembled. They sensed a deadly threat. Oh no, this brat sword chi is too strong. Scarlet Feather King's face was extremely gloomy. He roared and activated his bloodline power without hesitation. Behind him, the shadow of a bloodline appeared. This was the ancestors' shadow in their bloodline. At this moment, it was displayed, and together with the immemorial divine claw, they clawed forward. The power of this attack was extremely terrifying. Even the other prodigies did not dare to take it head-on. There were probably not many people in the human race who could withstand it. Boom! The moment the two attacks collided, the space was mercilessly torn apart. The entire world was dyed red by flames and angry roars. Whoosh! A moment later, a miserable cry was heard. An arm fell from the sky. Scarlet Feather King screamed and retreated. The ancient shadow that was activated by his bloodline was destroyed and dissipated in the sky. Not only that, but one of his arms was also chopped off by the sword. There was no blood left because the blood had already evaporated in the terrifying 9 suns divine fire. What? Scarlet Feather King was injured. Heavens! Everyone was terrified and could not believe it. Scarlet Feather King was an invincible king of the younger generation. His bloodline was extremely strong, but he was injured by Lin Xian's sword. How terrifying was Lin Xian! Scarlet Feather King's face was also filled with malevolence. He could not believe that he was injured. Although it was only a broken arm, it was a great humiliation to him. Ah! He roared into the sky, and the feathers on his body expanded. His body was also constantly growing. In the end, he was no longer in human form, but a beast with blood-red feathers. It was a divine bird. Its feathers were as if made of blood-red metal. The flames on it were monstrous, and its cold eyes were emitting monstrous, killing intent. He had transformed into his true form. The Archean prodigies were shocked. Normally, they would not transform into their true forms unless they had no other choice. But now, King Red Feather didn't even have a trace of his human form. This meant that the other party was truly furious. After transforming into his true form, his battle prowess would increase enormously, reaching an unimaginable level. Whoosh! As expected, King Red Feather's speed increased a lot in an instant. He tore through the void and arrived behind Lin Xian. A pair of sharp claws mercilessly tore down, carrying with them the will of his bloodline and terrifying flame runes. This attack tore apart the divine flames on Lin Xian's body and blasted towards Lin Xian's head. Not good. Seeing this scene, a lot of people started to scream. Even Murong Qingqin gasped. If she were to be caught like this, her heart would probably be crushed. Those archaic creatures laughed. The Red Wing King was indeed angry. After transforming into his true form, the brat would definitely not be able to contend against him. He would probably be killed in one move. Clang! An earth-shattering sound rang out. King Red Feather retreated once again, flapping his wings and tearing through the void. In an instant, he was thousands of miles away. His face became incomparably ferocious. His sharp claws had been shattered. Lin Xian turned his head. You're just SOO. The attack just now had caused his blood to boil, and he had suffered some internal injuries. However, the 9-yang divine body was too powerful. His opponent couldn't break it. Even if he transformed into his true form, it still wouldn't work. Hearing this, King Red Feather roared, "I'll make you die without a burial place." Then he launched a storm-like attack. One had to admit that King Red Feather was terrifying. Other than Lin Xian, Yi Wu Dao, and a few other geniuses, no one else could resist him. They couldn't even withstand a single move. Even the human race's holy sons couldn't find any trace of King Red Feather. It was too fast, so fast that it was unimaginable. Lin Xian also felt the pressure, but fortunately, the 9-yang divine body was incomparably strong. Although he had been hit many times, it was still fine. However, his body didn't break. Instead, his opponent's claws had been shattered 7 or 8 times. Die for me! King Red Feather descended from the sky. His 2 wings intertwined in the sky, forming a cross shape and slashed down. A terrifying aura overflowed, bringing with it flaming divine chains that descended from the sky. This was a one-hit kill. Buzz! Lin Xian didn't hold back. He waved the 9-yang sword art, combined with the power of the great dragon sword soul, and a dragon-shaped sword qi soared into the sky. Those flaming runes collided with a terrifying sound that made one's soul tremble. So powerful. Lin Xian was shocked. King Red Feather was actually able to block his 9-yang sword art. It was too unbelievable. Perhaps even Bai Qianshan would have been killed by this attack. However, King Red Feather was actually able to block it. One had to admit that it was really shocking. Humph! King Red Feather snorted again, and a rumbling sound came from his body. The terrifying power skyrocketed again. With a puff, the sword qi pierced through the flaming runes. King Red Feather's wings were shattered. With a cracking sound, the bones of King Red Feather's wings cracked and deformed. King Red Feather was sent flying. His face was full of shock. What kind of power was this? It was unbelievable that his wings could be broken. These divine wings were the hardest part of his body. Not only did they allow him to fly quickly, but they were also his weapons. His wings were comparable to a half-saint tool. However, they were shattered by King Red Feather. Kill! Lin Xian soared into the sky like a true dragon, rushing towards the 9 heavens and attacking King Redwing. He already had the intention to kill. How could he let King Red Feather live? Ka! King Red Feather's body was covered in flames, and his broken bones were all restored. He was incomparably ferocious, and he also attacked. His two wings kept dancing, like a heavenly blade that could destroy the world, cutting through the void. However, they were shattered by Lin Xian's powerful strength again. This time, not only were the wings broken, but they were also torn into pieces. Blood mist filled the air. Let's see how many times you can regrow them. Lin Xian was abnormally strong. Endless sword qi wrapped around his hands, turning into two dragon heads, and directly grabbed King Red Feather's wings. Damn it! Get lost! King Red Feather kept shaking. His strongest weapon was caught by King Red Feather. How could he endure it? At this moment, he was in the form of a divine bird. Although he was caught, his mouth and claws could still be used. He opened his mouth and spat out a monstrous divine flame that could destroy the world, enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian was enveloped by the flame, and traces of cracks appeared on his body. One could imagine how terrifying the flame was. However, he was not afraid at all. The nine-yang divine body was invincible. Although the divine flame was terrifying, he could still withstand it. Ka-ka! His palms were like two real dragons, coiling around King Red Feather's body, causing the pair of divine wings that had just grown out to crack again. Not only that, it seemed like Lin Xian wanted to pull out the wings completely.